Icom's IC-705 gives hours of fun and enjoyment working your favorite bands. Happy 2021 from Icom. Good evening. Welcome to another episode of Amateur Logic. I'm George.
I'm Tommy.
I'm Emil.
And I'm Mike.
And great to be back with you again tonight. We've got an interesting show, a fun show lined up tonight. Some good segments coming along the way here. I guess let's go over them first. Emil, what are you doing tonight?
What I'm doing is going over the part one, the parts of a lightning rig saver that our club's president decided to design and engineer and print some of the parts for me. So I'm going to go ahead and put that thing together and try to make it work and go through it with the group here. See if we can't make any improvements and make it better. That's what's going on down here.
Okay. That's an interesting project. You've kind of shared some of the details, and yeah, I like the way that looks. So, and the price seems right since he gave you the stuff, so how could you refuse that? Yeah.
I mean, from my perspective, right?
Yep, exactly. Mike, what are you up to tonight?
Well, I've got a little gadget that I've had for a bit now, and I haven't had an opportunity to play with it much. It's called the Adalm-Pluto. It's a SDR learning module from Analog Devices.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's a pretty interesting device too. Once I learned what you were working with, I had to go look it up because I had forgotten what that was, and pretty nice. Pretty nice. I didn't realize it went both ways. So
It's pretty popular in Europe right now with the geostationary satellite over Africa. A lot of folks are buying those and using them as transceivers for not only voice but for also digital television as well.
Yeah, neat device. Well, and tonight, I mentioned on the last episode that for Christmas I got a nice present, a Raspberry Pi 400, and y'all may be familiar with that one. That's the Raspberry Pi that's built in to a keyboard. Well, we'll talk more about it in a little bit because it's been around a few months now, and I had seen them. I hadn't pulled the trigger and bought one, though, and I'm lucky to have gotten this one for Christmas. We're going to go through what's in the box, and we're going to boot it up and get my first impressions of it, and a couple of neat things I noticed about it that I didn't know about previously. So you'll want to stay tuned for that too. Well, what has been going on, Tommy? What have you been doing over there just slightly to my north?
Well, I really haven't been doing a whole lot of anything. I'm the slacker of the month this month, so I don't have a segment, as you can see from the rounds we just made. So I've just kind of been taking it easy. I got a few things that I'm kind of working on for next month, but I guess I'll kind of wait and see how those pan out before I spill the beans on those.
Yeah, well, being a slacker is hard work too, and somebody's got to do it every month. So I'm not sure who's next month, but
I thought I'd step up to the job this time.
We're all glad you did.
Step back from it.
Either way. Emil, what's been going on down there?
I'm it's been pretty cold down here. So we haven't gotten any snow like you guys got up your way, but it has been in the 30s and nothing like Mike up there at the Heart Project gets. But we definitely have our share of cold. So we've been dealing with that a lot around the house, covering up things and just trying to stay warm in the shack, running the heaters in there when necessary. Don't want the rigs to get cold.
And Mike, it looks like it has been cold enough up there for antenna work, obviously.
Not quite.
Oh, no?
Although I've been contemplating doing some antenna work. I was thinking about my off-center fed dipole the other day and kind of disappointed with all the 15-meter band openings and the off-center fed dipole. Although it's a multi-band antenna, it does not load up on 15 meters at all. Yeah. So I was trying to think if there's any way I could modify it or do something without having to put up a totally separate antenna for 15 meters.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, 15 meters is just, well, where it sits frequency-wise, it's not a multiple of any of the other bands, so it's not going to, well, the rig, you're running across it right there. So we'll be interested to see what you come up with on that. Is it cold enough to bring the moose in yet?
I haven't heard from the moose yet. Although you folks down there are, well, I wouldn't say complaining, but making note of the colder temperatures down there. We're actually experiencing higher than normal temperatures for this time of year. It's been hovering around the freezing mark or just below, and normally this part of January it's probably another at least 10 degrees colder than that. So we've been kind of lucky, and we haven't had any additional snowfall that in addition to what we got over the holidays. So it's pretty stable here. Actually, it's not too bad at all.
Yeah, it's been pretty cold over here, hasn't it, Tommy?
It has. It's been real cold for us. It's been, I think the high was like 50 today, low 50s. That's frigid for here.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be down close to freezing tonight, I think, like Emil said.
It has been, below freezing here at night for a while now. Most nights it's been getting down there. So, but I guess it's that time of year. Well, I think, Emil, you have the first post tonight. Before we do that, though, there's one important thing that we need to mention, that if you don't know about it, you could be what?
Missing half the fun.
Oh, yeah. You must be talking about the AmateurLogic.TV chat room.
Yep. That's it.
So we're usually live when we're live streaming. We've always got the chat going on, and we do our best to monitor it. I've got it going over here on my little iPad to the side, so you see me cut the eyes down there. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
But there's a lively group in there tonight, and if you're watching the live stream and you're not in the chat room, like I said a while ago, you're missing half the fun.
At least half.
Mm-hmm. Is it half full or half empty?
Yes.
That's what I thought. All right. So, Emil, what have you got to share with us socially?
Well, socially, distanced from our Facebook forum is a post from Michael Philbrick on January 7th. He was asking about, he said a fellow ham is looking for the name of a 3-pin power connector on an Icom 502A rig, which is a 6-meter transceiver. And I did some digging and found the Icom Japan site has that manual posted where you can go and get the pinouts and everything. While they don't really have a name for it that I could find, they do have the pinouts. I'm not sure if he was trying to find one or make one, but they list the specs. They show which wire goes to what it expects, voltage wise. It's basically a 13.8 DC connector there, and so Icom definitely has that pinout for that, and he basically passed that on. He said he passed it on to the ham, and let's see, what did he say here? He's hoping he'll be watching the show tonight. So if you are, hi Michael, and hope this diagram helped you out from Icom. It's in that manual, and it's posted on the Facebook forum. So if you ever had questions like that, throw it out there, because somebody just might have one, know what it is, or can point you to the manuals online. Yeah,
it looks similar to, and I don't have one right here handy, but, for years now, the connectors like go on your computer, the power cable on it, monitors, a lot of different gear has that one with the, three little sort of rectangle pins there. But nowadays you're seeing some that are 3-pin. I don't know if it would fit that. I think that's a little too large.
Well, he did say somebody tried something that looked close, that goes into like some of the little computer laptop adapters with the 3-pin. It's kind of rounded, and he said it did fit. The question is whether or not what's going into it. You might have to cut it up, chop it up, and hook it to something DC for what the radio is expecting.
Oh yeah, I don't think I'd plug it in the wall.
Yeah, all right, exactly. So that's why I went and found the manual from Icom Japan. You have to go through that one step to say I agree with everything. You can't go straight to it. That's you know how it is if you've ever looked up an Icom manual.
Yeah. Well, Mike, why don't you set up your segment here? I know that we're going to be hearing more about this in the future. It's going to end up being a multi-part deal because there's so much to cover there. But do you want to set it up for us?
Sure, George. Again, it's the Pluto SDR, or the Adalm-Pluto, which is a learning board from Analog Devices. But it's also to do with a really neat piece of software that allows you to connect the Pluto 3D up to it and use it as a spectrum analyzer. And it even has a tracking generator in it. And also, you can use it as a signal generator. I hope to do more about it because I ran out of time and there just was so much to talk about in so little time. So we'll have a look. And this is basically just an introduction. But one of the cool things about the Adalm-Pluto is the device that they use in there for the transceiver chip. Somebody discovered that if you fool the firmware into thinking it's another chip or similar chip, you can extend the range from 325 megahertz up to 325 megahertz to 3.8 gigahertz is what it comes with out of the box. And if you do this really cool mod, which is basically just setting a flag in the firmware to tell it it's a different chip, it extends it down to 70 megahertz and all the way up to 6 gigahertz. So let's have a look.
This is the Adalm-Pluto software-defined radioactive learning module from Analog Devices. It's similar to other SDR devices with one distinction: it has the ability to transmit as well as receive. So what exactly is an Adalm-Pluto? Well, it's a self-contained RF learning module based on the Analog Devices 809363. Out of the box, it has an RF coverage from 325 megahertz to 3.8 gigahertz and up to 20 megahertz of instantaneous bandwidth, a 12-bit ADC and DAC. The device has one transmitter and one receiver, operating at full or half duplex. It's compatible with MATLAB, GNU Radio, C, C++, and C#, as well as Python. It's USB 2.0 powered with a micro USB connector. You can find more about the Adalm-Pluto by going to the wiki. Before we get started, you'll need a computer with at least one USB 2.0 port, which can supply up to 500 milliamps of current. This can be a Linux, OS X, or Windows computer. An appropriate antenna for the frequency that you are interested in, although an antenna is included with the purchase, it may not be appropriate for the frequency you're interested in, which is basically anything under 350 megahertz. Perhaps the most popular mod for the Adalm-Pluto is the extended range mod. Out of the box, it has a range of 350 megahertz to 3.8 gigahertz. This can be easily extended to 70 megahertz to 6 gigahertz just by setting the firmware to see the analog device's 809363 transceiver chip as an 809364. The simplest way to do this is by connecting it up to a computer running SatsaGen once. The next popular mod involves replacing the plastic unshielded case with a metal one. Some have even attached a small ground wire grounding the outer shell of the USB connector to the chassis ground. Frequency stability has been an issue for some, especially those broadcasting digital television to the Oscar 100 satellite. The procedure involves changing out the stock 40 MHz TCXO, which has a stability of 25 parts per million, for one that has better stability. For those looking for even more stability, many have disabled the internal clock and have added an SMA connector for use with an external frequency source such as a GPS disciplined TCXO reference source. For those using the Adalm-Pluto for satellite work on the Oscar 100 satellite, many have added push-to-talk. I mentioned earlier that the standard frequency range is 325 MHz to 3.8 GHz, but with an easy firmware data entry, we can extend that range to 70 MHz to 6 GHz. There are other methods to do this, but the easiest is by connecting it up to a computer running SatsaGen. SatsaGen for SDR devices by Alberto Ferreras, IU1KVL. Okay, let's get going. Download and install SatsaGen from the link found in the show notes. Connect the Adalm-Pluto with the included USB cable to your computer via the USB port. Note, if this is the first time connecting to this computer, the software driver should automatically load when you plug the unit in. Wait for the device is ready use message before proceeding further, and then run SatsaGen. SatsaGen is a Windows application that allows you to use an SDR device as a tracking spectrum analyzer. SatsaGen works with the TX part of the Pluto SDR to provide a tracking generator with resolution up to 1024 points. The software can also use the Pluto SDR as a frequency generator with 1 kHz of resolution. Whoa, hold on there, Tex. Don't be pushing that power button, we're not done yet. Press the power button and make sure it's off, then click the toolbar button, and then settings. The settings window should appear, and the SDR drop-down list box will be blank. Click the arrow and you should see your Pluto SDR device in the list. Select it, and click OK. At the first start, the application will perform on the device the frequency and bandwidth extension needed for the use of the 70 MHz to 6 GHz range, forcing the firmware to see the 809363 transceiver as an 809364. The extension of the frequency range is required for this application to work, but if you don't want it to happen, don't start SatsaGen. The following information will be displayed when you push the power button, but don't blink or you'll miss it. That's it. We're ready to go.
How's that for a teaser?
That's exactly what that was, because I'm wanting more now.
Yep.
There's
Same.
so much you can do with that little box. I mean, I'm waiting for someone to write software. You could easily use it for a vector network analyzer if somebody wrote the software for it, or you could use it. Although it'd be kind of overkill, you could use it for a hotspot. Since it's capable of full duplex, you could use it as a full duplex hotspot. Even on the 1.2 megahertz, 1.25 megahertz 220 band, which I don't think any devices out there can operate on that band. All the ones I've seen are basically 2 or 70 centimeters.
So, what is the price on that unit?
Well, in Canadian buckaroos, it ran me just over 200, but I think in US dollars, it's sitting around the $170 to $180 mark. Okay. So, you know, it's I don't know if that falls within Kong compliant or not, but considering what the device is capable of and how versatile it is, I think that's a very reasonable price for what you get. And especially if you compare it to, there's similar devices like the Hack RF, and I think it retails way up there in hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, it's about.
And there's another one. Sorry?
It's about 300.
Is it 300? Yeah. So this is a little more than half the cost, I would think, of the Hack RF. And also there's another device called the RigPi. And I haven't heard too much about that one lately, but I know it was very expensive when it came out.
It still is. I saw one in an ad a couple days ago.
I'm not sure that the Hack RF goes up to 6 gigs. Did I hear you say 6 gigs?
Yeah, when you do the firmware update mod, it'll take the range up to 6 gigahertz.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. The Hack RF goes a little bit lower, but it only goes up to 3, I believe.
So if you had a pair of those and say maybe a couple of Raspberry Pi Zeros, maybe even an Arduino, could you make a pair of handy talkies?
You could. As a matter of fact, I stumbled on a YouTube video where someone did just that. He connected it up to a Raspberry Pi, wrote some software, and I think he had it running on a little 7-inch touchscreen, and turned it into a transceiver. Now, this is an important thing since we're talking about it. For the same reason you wouldn't hook up a power amplifier to one of the hotspots, you wouldn't hook up a power amplifier to this either without proper filtering.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right. Well, cool. We're looking forward to...
I missed this. Does it work with GNU Radio?
It does, yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
I haven't played with GNU Radio yet, but it looks intriguing, and it kind of reminds me of, I haven't used it, but it looks like block programming.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool. I played around with it a little bit. I want to do some more with it. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to more than just a taste too. I want to see some actual meat on the bones there when you get the thing going.
Yeah. I would love to do something live, or at least a recording of it in action. It's just a live demo would be kind of cool, especially if you had your Rigel at the ready. We could kind of do some comparison tests to see. One thing I should mention, the Satsagen program was written by a ham in Italy, and he's developing it on his own. As far as I know, he doesn't have anybody else helping him. So the software itself is still like, it's at version 0.4 came out in October, so it's still in the early stages, but it looks pretty promising.
Cool.
Well, one more note on that before we move on to the next thing. I think it was Mike KF5DEY says the Hack RF goes up to 6 gigs.
Yep.
I didn't realize that. I was thinking it's up at 3.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Tommy, I think you have a post? Is that what
I've got a post. I think this was a Facebook post from my friend Joe Sammartino. I hope I didn't butcher that up. Into QOJ. He says, are you using DroidStar? DroidStar is an Android app. It currently supports receive of DStar, DMR, Fusion, NXDN, P25, It transmits on all modes except D-Star using software vocoding that's currently supported. DroidStar was created by Doug, AD8DP. Doug has created some other interesting things. Join our user group at groups.io/g droid-star and share the experience, and check out Doug's other projects at Dudetronics. Anyway, thanks, Joe, N2QOJ. And yeah, that's pretty cool. You can see on the screen right there. If you're a AmateurLogic soundcheck net checking and shooting for modes, that's the way to hit the jackpot right there, it looks like. And I put it on my Samsung phone and played around with it. And it's an early release, and it does work. Audio quality sometimes lacks a little bit, but and there are a few bugs in it. But it's coming along. It's pretty cool. It's got a lot of promise.
You'll notice at the bottom of the list there's two kind of mystery modes, M17, that we talked about a few segments ago, and IAX, which I'm really not all that familiar with, and maybe somebody out there can talk about it. I don't know if they've had any experience, but I think it's a form of sort of like POXAG, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong.
Don't go away, because we're going to be back in just a moment, and we're going to have a bite, to use Emil's terms there, of Raspberry Pi. Introducing RigPi 2, the first major upgrade to the original MFJ 1234 or RigPi 1. Complete RigPi 2s come with pre-installed version 2.0 RigPi operating system using the latest Raspbian Buster operating system compatible with the Raspberry Pi 4B and 3B+. RigPi version 1 owners may upgrade their units by purchasing a micro SD card or download containing the version 2.0 RigPi operating system. New MFJ 1234B RigPi 2 units include the latest Raspberry Pi Model 4B with 2 GB of RAM and 32 GB micro SD card. RigPi version 2 is jam-packed with features and comes with over 30 new features to excite the ham radio world. Here are just a few of the features of RigPi 2 OS. Remote CW keying over the internet. Support for over 27 new radios has been added. Control push-to-talk and frequency from a Contour Shuttle Express multimedia controller. Control PTT, power on-off, and relays with flicked Bluetooth remote switches. Support for changing antennas remotely with an Ameritron RCS-12 antenna switcher. Power amp control. For an added touch of functionality, connect a webcam to RigPi and watch your radio in the RigPi browser on your phone or tablet. On-screen sliders are included for adjusting AF gain, RF gain, power and mic level, and CW speed. Control 8 on-off devices or relays with macros using a special cable, and much, much more. If you've been looking for the perfect way to operate your station remotely, learn more about the new MFJ 1234B RigPi version 2. Visit mfjenterprises.com today. A great device. So you have the update.
Got the upgrade. I can't wait to put it on mine. I've said it before, and not just because they're sponsored, but I absolutely love that thing. I use it all the time.
Yep. We're going to have to get Howard on here. I need to contact him, see if maybe we can't get him on next month. Well, hopefully we can line up something with him quick, because that thing is really, it's always been a great piece of software, but it just keeps getting better and better.
It is feature packed.
It is. Yeah. Speaking of feature packed, well, yeah, I don't know. It's a Raspberry Pi 4 with some additions. I'll just put it that way. Let's look at the Raspberry Pi 400. This year for Christmas, I received a nice gift here that's something I've seen around, but had not really thought hard about buying one. It's the Raspberry Pi 400, the latest in the Raspberry Pi families of single board computers. Actually, I think there's 2 boards in this one, but we can't see inside of it because it's sealed and I don't want to tear it up. We're going to open it up right here, and I'm going to give you my impressions of it. I have played with it just a little bit, and not a tremendous amount yet, but we're going to look at a few things I have discovered about it. This is the unit right here. It's a Raspberry Pi inside a keyboard, which is pretty nice. On the bottom, you can see there's a vent here, and you can see some metal under there. There is no fan in this, like a regular Raspberry Pi 4. This one doesn't require a fan. It has a heat sink that runs the length of the case in there that manages to keep the heat off of it. Now, I actually ran this for several hours and felt around, and you could just barely tell it was on. So that heat sink is working well in there. On the rear, they've extended some of the ports from the Raspberry Pi. First off, you see the GPIO pins here, so you have access to all of those. Because of the way that it's located, though, if you're going to plug a hat or a shield or whatever you want to call it onto here, it may not fit just right. So you'll want to use a little ribbon cable extender to plug on a hat. Next up, we've got the micro SD card slot that holds the operating system. And this is a Raspberry Pi 400 personal computer kit. So it came with a 16 gigabyte version of the Noob's operating system. Of course, as with other Raspberry Pi 4s, it's got 2 HDMI outputs here. These use micro HDMI connectors, so you will need a cable to connect that or an adapter to go to a regular HDMI monitor. Then we've got a USB-C port here that's used strictly to power the unit, 2 USB 3 ports, and a regular old USB, I believe that is a 2 port right there, and the Ethernet jack. So you can connect to a wired network, or of course it's got Wi-Fi built in as well. And then this is just one of those little lock deals that you can add if you want to tie a cable in there and secure your unit. Everything looks good there. There are a couple of things that I see that did not get extended out. The Raspberry Pi 4 has 4 USB ports on it, and we've only got 3 extended here. Not a really big deal there. Another thing I noticed, the audio connector is not extended. So you don't have analog audio output on this Raspberry Pi. You can get audio out through the HDMI, so if your monitor has speakers in it or it has an audio jack on it, you can get audio that way. And I tried that, and it actually worked just fine. The unit has got some weight to it. I guess it's that heat sink in there, but it feels good. It doesn't want to slide around on the table bad, so that's a good thing as well. Let's just see what else is in the box here. We've got an official Raspberry Pi power adapter here with a USB-C cable. And this is a 3 amp, so that is plenty of power for the Raspberry Pi. We've got an official Raspberry Pi mouse. And this mouse looks sort of like the cheaper Microsoft mice. I wanted to not like it, but actually after I used it a little bit, I didn't have any issues with it. It seemed to operate just fine. The buttons feel firm. There's a short cable on it, but I mean, that's enough because you're plugging it right into the keyboard. This one came with a 16 gigabyte SD card already in the back, but they shipped it with an adapter as well, where you can plug that card into here and it'll fit a regular SD card slot. There's a little more stuff in here. You're going to need one of these if you don't already have one. That is a micro HDMI to HDMI cable, and they include one there. And one other item in here, and this put a good bit of weight in the box as well, the official Raspberry Pi Beginner's Guide. It's got a lot of information here. I really have not even looked through this book yet. But general information to get started using a Raspberry Pi if you've never used one before. They show you how to use a Scratch programming language in there, how to use Python. Oh, some electronics in there as well. Using a breadboard. A sense hat. A lot of good information on there if you're new to the Raspberry Pi. I'll have to give this a look and see if there's anything in here that I need to know about. There probably is. I've been using Pis for several years now, and I've kind of become familiar with them. But there's probably some hidden treasures in here as well. And that's the fully updated version that includes the Raspberry Pi 400. Now, what does this cost? Well, the whole kit there sells for $100 in the US. Or you can just buy the Raspberry Pi 400 itself without all the accessories. I see them for $70. Now, these are a little bit hard to come by. I think they're getting out there more now, but for a while you couldn't get one. And now they are there, so if you'd like one, well, let's just look at it a little deeper and get some impressions of it. Essentially, this came with everything we need except a monitor, but we do have the cable for it. So I'm going to grab a monitor and plug up to this, and let's see what we got. When we boot the unit up, it comes up about the same speed as a regular Raspberry Pi 4, and actually, you're not going to see a big performance difference. You may not notice one at all. I have not. Let's just go over the specs real quick. It's got a quad-core ARM V8 processor in it, 64-bit system on a chip. It's clocking it at 1.8 gigahertz on this unit. The normal Raspberry Pi 4 clocks it at 1.5. Beyond that, there's not really any difference here. A little increase in the clock speed, but as I say, I have not noticed it myself. Now, this unit does come with the 4 gigabytes of memory in it. That's very good. $100 for the whole kit. There is also a kit available that has the 8 gigabyte memory in it for $140, and it comes with 2 micro HDMI cables instead of just one. It's got dual band 2.4 and 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi in it. Bluetooth 5 BLE built in, gigabit Ethernet, we saw that, 2 USB 3 ports and 1 USB 2 port. It has the 40-pin header we were looking at. It can decode H.265 4K 60p, also H.264 1080p 60 or 1080p 30 encode. And it has OpenGL ES 3.0 graphics. I'm going to say, honestly, I was not impressed with the graphics performance on this or the regular Raspberry Pi 4. It may be good enough for a lot of people, but I was just not real impressed with either one of them. There's a little tearing in the video that I have noticed on some things, not everything. Action, and when big objects move, I noticed a little issue there. So right off, I really wouldn't use a Raspberry Pi 4 or 400 for a video playback server. You can do it, but I've just got to say, I was not real impressed with it. Now, it's supposed to support 4K P60. I have not tried that. Now, what is the difference between this and a Raspberry Pi 4? Well, both of them have multiple memory configurations you can purchase them in now. We're going to run down the prices here real quick and see if we could build one cheaper than we could buy one. $100 for the whole kit here. So we're going to try to make a kit from other pieces. A Raspberry Pi 4B 4GB memory costs $55. If you want the official Raspberry Pi keyboard, that's $20. The mouse is $9.25. You can get the video cable for $3.95. Power supply, $8. We're not including a case in our estimate, but of course this does come with a case. 16GB SD card is going to cost you $8.95, or it varies depending on where you buy it. The Raspberry Pi official beginner's guide here, that will run you $12. And I did see a little variance on the price of that as well, depending on where you got it. So without a case and without a fan or heatsink, which you'll want with a Raspberry Pi 4, we're talking about $117.15 if we were trying to build a unit as close to this as we could, and we'd still need a heatsink, a fan, and a case. So price-wise, yeah, the price is okay on this. So let's talk about a few of the things I have discovered with. First, let's just look at the keyboard. You know, it's not a huge keyboard. If you're not used to typing on a small keyboard, it will take some getting used to. The keys have short travel on them, not unlike many keyboards these days, but they do have a solid feel to them. And you get just a little sound, a little feedback. You know, you can feel it click when you touch a key, so you know you've pressed it. That's good. I don't like soft keys that have no feel at all to them. So overall, the keyboard, that would take a little getting used to because it is a small keyboard. Doesn't feel bad though, so I'll give that a thumbs up. The mouse, like I say, I wanted to not like it, but don't really have any complaints. You know, it's got a solid feel to it. The scroll wheel here scrolls like you would expect. All the clicks have that feel to them as well, so you know you've clicked a button just by what it feels like. So, can't argue with that. As far as the operating system here, this is the same operating system, so there's no difference really between this and a Raspberry Pi 4 that I've noticed. There might be something under there that's slightly different, but nothing major I've seen. So the biggest difference that I have noticed here, no audio output jack, so you don't have a headphone jack or a way to connect in a mini plug to get analog audio out. You're going to have to use a jack on your HDMI monitor, or I tried it. You can also use a Bluetooth speaker. It paired up and worked just well with this Altec Bluetooth speaker here. No problems with that. Or you can use an external USB dongle for sound. This is a Sound Blaster. I think this is a, I don't know, an X5 or something. I've bought it several years ago. But it worked okay with it as well. So you're not locked into having no audio. There are ways to use audio with it. Now, because this is like, well, like a regular Raspberry Pi or so many computers that have the USB ports side by side, it's too wide to fit in there if you've got anything else plugged in, and you're going to want a mouse and you're going to want a power cable, so this won't really fit. You'll need to use a little adapter cable like this one right here just to extend that out of the way. You have to do that with a Raspberry Pi anyway. As I mentioned, the video felt a little jerky to me when big things moved on the screen. You may not notice that, but I did. 3-amp power supply, that's good. For what you get, you couldn't really buy it any cheaper. And it does give you a form factor here that's got a Raspberry Pi and a keyboard all together. The kit comes with everything you need, minus a monitor, which is normal for any computer. One thing I almost forgot to mention that kind of impressed me about this, it's not a major deal, but it's something you don't have on the regular Raspberry Pis. If you want to shut this down, You go to the menu, you issue a shutdown command. The unit shut down. Notice the power light is off here. A regular Raspberry Pi does not shut off when you use shutdown from the menu. Sure, it exits the operating system, but it's still sitting there powered up. You have to unplug your power cable from it. This one shut all the way down. Now, in honesty, it's probably in some kind of sleep mode. I don't know. But here's what's neat. I can avoid unplugging that power cable. I feel like we're not really wasting electricity or anything here. And I don't have to unplug it and plug it back in to boot up. You can hold down this function key, and the F10 key has a little power symbol there. You press that. Look, it's booting back up. Now that I like. Oh, and one other thing, rather than just have the power LED come on, I've had it set to show activity. You can see it flickering with drive activity there. I like that. That lets me know when the computer is busy. As far as what it feels like when you're operating it, well, it's not operating as fast as, say, my Intel i7 PC, but it's not bad, you know. With this processor and 4 gigs of RAM, you could actually use this as a desktop replacement. I don't think you'd be real disappointed with it. So for general computer stuff like, say, web browsing, some minor document editing, stuff like that, it would work fine. Of course, you can do programming with this as well. You've got the GPIO port, so you can do your regular electronics hobbyist type of things. Essentially, it's a Raspberry Pi 4 and a neat form factor. I'll give it a thumbs up. There you go. My first impressions of the Raspberry Pi 400. My second impression, because I've played with it a good bit since I shot that video, I like it. I like it a lot.
Have you opened it up yet?
No. But I've put it to the floorboard a few times, and, you know, it did perform pretty well. Cool. I've actually got it sitting up beside my regular desktop, plugged into a monitor, and I find myself using this more and more. Actually the performance is pretty decent. As I said, you know, it's not an i7, but it's very usable. You wouldn't be disappointed with it if you wanted to use this for just a general purpose computer to browse and do typical things. It runs just fine.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about my 4 back here.
Yeah,
It's really plenty fast enough for what most people do.
Well, it is a 4, but being in this form factor, man, I can't tell you how that really feels unless you try it, because all you need is that, plug in the mouse and a monitor, and you're off to the races. I mean, you don't have 2 or 3 pieces of stuff sitting around on the desk all plugged together. It's just that's it, you know.
Let's go ahead and talk friend to friend here, because I've known you for a long time, probably about 30 years, actually, close to it. And you know you're going to open that thing up and run that audio cable out of there. It's just a matter of time.
Well, I'm not sure, you know, the board in it is different, I believe. So I'm not sure if there's a way to do that or not. I did notice a few things different now looking in setup.
I don't believe you, George.
Pardon me?
And we took a survey in the chat room. Void that warranty.
Yeah. As soon as email sends me one, I will open that one right up. Now, I haven't had any need to open it. I've seen them, you know, on the internet where people did open them up. But I don't know. I'm really impressed.
For you.
I didn't know that I was going to like it that much. I was just thinking, yeah, it's just another Raspberry Pi 4, and it is. But it's, I don't know, something about it I'm really liking. One other thing, and I mentioned in the firmware, I don't think you see this, or in the setup, I don't think you see this on a regular Raspberry Pi 4. It knows the difference, the operating system does, between these devices. The temperature menu, you can put up on your taskbar so you can see the CPU temperature. You don't find that menu choice on this one. I don't think you need it because it never really got warm. One thing I did notice that I have not noticed on any other Raspberry Pi, this one does have a power LED on it, and that's nice, but you can set it for activity so that it's flashing, when there's drive activity.
That's cool.
Being an old school computer guy, now, that's the way I like it. I like to be able to look at my machine and say, are you busy now? That's been really cool about it as well. Mike, how does it feel to you?
It looks great from here. How do you think that would do with a USB webcam? If a student wanted to use one of those for a virtual meeting or a class, do you think it would have enough performance to do okay?
I have not tried plugging one in. If it would work on a regular Raspberry Pi 4, I don't see why it wouldn't on here. This is clocked slightly higher. I don't know that you'll notice any difference there, but yeah, you could probably do that. I suspect it would be probably better if you use the official Raspberry Pi camera, because don't those plug straight into the board? So
Yes, they have I don't know what they call a connector, but it's right into the bus.
Yeah. So I'm thinking,
and obviously that would be the way to go, but they didn't extend that connector out on that 400, did they, for a camera?
no, it's not.
It's not at the bottom. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't expect that they would, because I would think those cables on the camera have to be kept very short.
Yeah. So I don't know on that. They've essentially extended out all the other stuff except the audio jack. Having the I/O port here, or the GPIO, that's pretty nice. I mean, I don't know how much I'm going to use it. I'll probably use that some.
Did it come with a cover to protect it?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, next month, when you open it up and show us what's on the inside, then we can see if you can plug the camera.
Yeah.
Because if you don't open that up, that's going to be the only thing in your shack over there that hasn't had the screws taken out of it.
Well, now, Tommy, that generally I won't open up something until I've got an idea of, it doesn't do this and I need it to do this.
Something will come up.
Yeah, once I come across a mod, that's when I'll open it up. But
it's coming, so stay tuned.
Anyway, I've been happy with it. It's I didn't know, what it was going to be like until I actually got it, and the form factor I do like, and like I said, the price. It would cost you $17 more if you were buying individual pieces to build one of these, and you still wouldn't have a fan and a heat sink or a case. So price-wise, yeah, it's okay.
And I like it because I guess there's no fan in there, right? It's just a big heat sink.
Just a heat sink, and like I say. So
that's one thing I don't like about mine, is I have to run that fan on it. Although it's kind of quiet, I can still hear it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just barely felt any heat at all on it. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
I have to ask, because it was staring at me in the face when you were running your demo. What's the Raspberry Pi button for? Does it have a dedicated use, or is it dependent on the operating system you're running on?
It works just like the Windows key on another keyboard. You tap it, and the menu will pop up.
Nice.
And it may have some other functions like you hold it and press certain keystrokes. I don't know. I just haven't looked at that, but I assume it would be the same as it would, on any other Raspberry Pi 4. It's pretty much the same, but there are a few things that are a little bit different.
I guess you won't know until you open it up.
Like I said, I've already put it to the floorboard, and it worked okay. Oh, you mean take the screws out of it? Okay. All right.
Hey, people in the chat room, we're trying, but he's not budging.
I don't have
Not
a
yet.
reason. As soon as I've got a good reason that there's something I think the Raspberry Pi Foundation left out, I'll be all over that,
Maybe
Well,
the
that
guy on
audio
the line
track-
putting that together left a 20 in there for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure where they put it together. I don't know if that was made in the UK or where.
That was bound to happen. That form factor was bound to happen. People were already starting to make laptops out of them and everything
yeah.
else. So the two genres of people, one using them as microcontrollers, both versus the people using them as little computers, that form factor was bound to happen.
Yeah,
yeah, people have already actually done that, pretty much that exact thing with a regular Pi. Put it in a keyboard, just a keyboard only with a Pi in it. So
yeah,
Well,
was
it's
a
getting
natural
back to
thing.
its roots because it was built based on the old BBC Micro, and it was an all-in-one.
yeah. I mean, you remember your Commodore 64 or your Tandy color computer, any of those? It kind of feels like that in a way. But
Chiclet keys?
pardon me?
Chiclet keys they used to refer to them as?
Yeah, no, they're not true chiclets, but they do have a little feel and a little bit of click to them. Well, I've got an email here. This came from over across the pond. Fred G1SCY said, "Hi George, Happy New Year. I'm looking for a bigger display for my FT857D, and I was interested in your display you put together for your 857. Can you confirm the software sketches you used? Thanks." And yeah, Fred, I've got it here on the bottom. I emailed him back. There's the link where you can download the software. And that was back in December of 2017, Amateur Logic episode 112. And that project still looks exactly like it does right there in that picture, because I still have not put it in the case and permanently mounted it, but I haven't torn it apart either. So it's an Arduino Mega along with LCD color display there. And it really did. It made that rig feel a lot different to have that bigger display and some color graphics. I'm still kind of proud of that project. Apparently not proud enough to put it in a case yet, but I'm going to. It's coming. Next up tonight, let's see, where are we going? Oh, we're going to talk about email and this lightning saver. Is that kind of like a Ben Franklin thing?
It's the opposite. I guess if you want to go the Ben Franklin route, this will save your rig, not necessarily you, but your rig from it. And again, our club's president, K50Z, did the engineering work, the testing, the initial beta stuff. He's got his working, and it is working. And he decided, I gave him a little bit of money and to buy the what do you call it, the filament for his 3D printer, so he could print me out a box, the main assembly, for something that'll save your rig from weather and before it gets there, and it's automated. So take a look at this. It's something I'm going to try to build and make work in the name of maybe giving them back some improvements and having one for myself. Hello, George, Tommy, Mike, AmateurLogic viewers. In this episode, I'm going to talk about a lightning rig saver unit that our club's president, K50Z, designed and built for himself, and also gave me, gave me some of the parts so that I could build my own version of it and see if we can't come up with any improvements or just ideas and make it work better. If not, just have one for my own. Here you can see the major parts in an isometric drawing he made of the outer box, inner box, the motor with the coupler and nylon rod, an electronics box, and some switches with magnetic disconnect limit switches as well. So this drawing just gives you a pretty good overview of all the pieces, parts, and its major parts. My lovely assistant here is demonstrating the three major parts: inner box, outer box, and electronics box that were 3D printed from Dave for me. There's quite an extensive parts list for this build, and Dave has provided that in the presentation. And of course, besides the 3D printed boxes, these are all the parts that are involved, notably the RigPi 0 and switches and UHF connectors and some jacks, lots of screws and magnets and many other parts here that we'll get familiar with as we go through the project. Here is a high-level view of the parts needed, and the stuff at the bottom left there for the Pi is things that we did use to set up the Pi, not necessarily needed. Going into a little bit more detail here, we have some screws, the magnet, we have some limit switches, and some RF connectors, kind of fit together, crimped together. And we have some circuit boards and some electronics connectors or components and connectors, switches, screws, and some under the nylon thread with its coupler and the high torque motor, along with the Raspberry Pi and all of its accessories. It did come with a 32 gig card here, which you don't need that much, but that's what we got with it. As far as software goes, he's using Node-RED on the Pi for with some basic flows that are checking for internet connectivity, as well as weather status or storm status local to his area from an API, a weather API. Best part about it is, of course, it's free software and APIs as well. And whenever there's a thunderstorm within 25 miles of the GPS, it's going to open those 4 RF connectors up. Yep. And along with the grounds for it's pretty neat. So I'm going to get that to work over here, see what it takes, and share it with the group here as I do it.
Cool. We're going to be back in just a moment because we've got more to go yet, so don't go away. Happy 2021 from Icom. Icom's IC-705 gives hours of fun and enjoyment working your favorite bands. The IC-705 is a perfect sidekick for hams that like to enjoy what both the great indoors and outdoors have to offer. It's the perfect QRP companion. Base station features and functionalities at the tips of your fingers in a portable package, covering HF 6 meters, 2 meters, and 70 centimeters. This compact rig weighs in at just over 2 pounds with RF direct sampling for most of the HF band and IF sampling for frequencies above 25 MHz. 4.3-inch color touchscreen with live band scope and waterfall. 5 watts with the BP272 battery pack, or 10 watts with external 13.8 volt DC. Single sideband CW, AM, FM, as well as full D-Star functions. Micro USB connector, Bluetooth, and wireless LAN. Integrated GPS with antenna and GPS logger. Micro SD card slot. HM243 speaker microphone, and it supports QRP and QRPP operations. The perfect accessory for the IC-705 is the now available optional LC-192 backpack with a special compartment for your IC-705 and room for accessories for soda activations or a day in the park. Other available accessories include the AL705 QRP portable magnetic antenna, BP272 standard battery pack, or BP307 lithium-ion battery pack, micro USB to micro USB cable, USB Type-C to micro USB cable, DC power cable, compact lapel PTT microphone with earphone, MBF705 desktop tray. And coming soon, the AH705 antenna tuner. Visit icomamerica.com/amateur for more information on all the great Icom radios. Tommy? Yeah. You just not hearing that? I said that a year ago.
Just heard it just a second.
Okay. All right, we're about to go live. And I think I should probably turn on the lights. Maybe
Yeah, you got a green background too.
Boy, I do, and I'm not even sure I can do anything about that.
Hi, Nigel.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Neil.
Yeah, Nigel's not in here with us yet, guys. Or is he? There he is.
Hi, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he is.
Happy New Year. Happy Holiday.
All right. Yep. Well, I don't have an intro prepared here. We're just going to jump in live. Late as ever. I better put on my show glasses. We don't want any accidents.
Am I really that red?
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of read.
Okay, hang on.
You could be on Reddit.
Happy Holiday, Tommy.
I don't have Nigel's audio live yet, so it's not going out over the stream.
Is the lighting okay,
Better?
George?
Better?
Yes, much better, Mike.
Okay.
And Tommy?
Yep, 1 2 1 2 3.
One more time.
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
Better do it one more time.
So check 1 2 3 1 2 3 4.
Yeah, it's a little low.
5 0 November Oscar.
All right, one more time. Tommy.
Do it again? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my stuff printed too. It didn't. I found out it didn't print when I sent it earlier today. Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6.
All right, you're still a little low, and I don't know if that's on my end, but that's all I got for you.
What is in my camera?
I'll be able to hear him.
Well, it checks tonight.
Let me check one other thing.
Check 1 2 1.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Did that help?
One more,
That helped.
one more time.
Check 1 2
Not really.
1 2. Check. I just turned it all the way up in Skype.
All right, let me make one other adjustment here. All right, try it now.
Okay, check 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I can turn it up on my mic, but I'm afraid I'm gonna start clicking. I'm gonna hit. Let me turn it up a little bit more.
Well, you're lighting one LED on the VU meters.
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Yeah, it's
1
not.
2 3. Check 1 2 1 2.
Yep. We're hearing them through another mic. I can tell.
Yeah, I was gonna say tap your mic, Tommy.
That's it. It's that mic.
We don't hear it.
If it is, it's very, very low.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Let me,
Check 1 2. Check.
check again. Check again, Tommy. Check again, Tommy.
I'm sure that's a mouse wheel, but it sounds like somebody reeling in the big one.
Can you talk?
Yeah, check 1 2. 1 2 3 1 2 3. I'm trying to. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's another microphone somewhere, but it's not. It's coming through my wireless mic.
Let's see.
Ray says check the batteries.
Check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to check it and talk at the same time. I'm not that coordinated. 1 2 3 1 2 3.
All right. How's
There you
that?
go.
There you go.
Again, Tommy.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check.
Okay. That's it.
Batteries are good. It's all charged up before the show.
All right. Email one more time.
All righty. Hello, 1 2 3 4 Kilo Echo 5 Quebec Kilo Romeo.
Mike.
Victor Echo 3, Mike India Charlie.
And Nigel.
Good morning, KG0PL stroke G0MEJ.
One more time, Nigel.
KG0PL, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog's back.
Okay. I think we've got all our audios here. Now, I guess I'll get in the chat room. We've got a fun New Year's Eve show, semi-typical. We're not doing some of the things we've done in the past, but we're doing some things we haven't done before. Is that your fan, Mike?
That's my printer. Printing my
Oh.
thing. It should go off just 1 second.
All right. I didn't get your photos, but I'll get them here when we play a video in a little bit.
George, did you get my slides?
I did, and we'll be coming to you shortly, and
Yeah.
I've got them lined up here. Pop out chat. Hello, Ralph. And Terry and Andy and Tom. Do any Mike, email, or Tommy, do any of y'all have the doc pulled up to where you see what we're doing?
I can.
Might be helpful. All right, well, welcome to the annual AmateurLogic New Year's Eve live stream. We've got some great guests lined up tonight. Of course, we will have Nigel here in just a moment. We've got Peter, VK3PB from the land of Oz. We've got Ray Novak, N9JA. That'll be joining us here shortly. Andy, AA0WX, will be joining us, as well as Josh Ness. And we'll have Tom Opelnik, one of our net controls on the AmateurLogic Soundcheck net, join us. And, you know, it really wouldn't be an AmateurLogic New Year's Eve without Amanda and Jeff joining us, too. So they'll be on a little bit later. So first up, let me just go around the horn here and say, Tommy, how has your New Year's, or no, it's not New Year's yet. How was your 2021?
Well, it's been interesting. About like 2020. Some things a little worse, some things a little bit better. I'm looking forward to 2022. Hopefully that'll kind of turn some things around. But overall, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say the same thing. I didn't know if I was going to tell it now, but I guess I'll go ahead. I got through all of 2021 without having COVID, and today I tested positive. So if you see me break out in a sweat here after a while, I don't think I will. The symptoms have been pretty mild, so it must be the Omicron variant. So we'll see how it goes, but I may rely on the other guys to do more of the talking tonight, since I do sound a little bit hoarse here. Email, how have you been? And how was your 2021?
Well, you know, George and crew here, we had some weather events this year that always present some challenges when big winds with lots of rain like to roll on through the area. But we made it, and we were prepared, and we got another round of that, no doubt. Next year, we always look ahead and prepare and get the troops gathered and the equipment ready, and you know, all of our nets and everything just gear us up towards that, being prepared for the stuff. So I'm guessing that's going to be another round of the same in 2022, but 2021 taught us some things, and we'll learn and go from there, George.
Okay. Mike, how was your 2021?
It's hard to believe a whole year's gone by already. I think generally it's gone pretty good. I feel sorry for folks that, you know, typically travel a lot, because I think the situation has affected them the most. But I really can't complain. It's been not too bad, and it hasn't prevented me personally from doing anything. So as long as everybody's healthy, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, I did want to mention, I forgot to a little earlier, we do have the chat room open up tonight, AmateurLogic.TV/chat. But actually, that is the YouTube chat client. If you're watching us on a live stream, we're using the chat right there on YouTube. You do have to be a subscriber to the AmateurLogic.TV channel to be able to participate in the chat. That's just the only way we can really admin it. So. And keep the screen door spam out. We had a problem with that one time. I think Tommy will attest to.
Yeah, and sunglasses.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a huge problem with sunglass spam for a while. All right, well, let's bring in our first guest for tonight, and that is our friend from over on the other side of the pond, Nigel, KG0PL in this country. Hi, Nigel.
Good morning. Happy Hogmanay, Happy New Year. And we're just, I've got a few confessions to make. I was supposed to build that ATU, and I confessed, Father George, I've never got around to doing it yet.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm joining Michael.
Well, you'll eventually catch up with him. Yeah, I was just looking at that earlier, and I saw all the parts, and I said, I wonder if he's actually done that, but obviously not.
No. And I hung my stocking up at Christmas Eve. Let's see if you see that. And this is what I got.
Oh, I can't read it. Pull it over a little to, yeah.
All right. But if you pull the sock down.
Oh.
And that's my thanks to my landlord and landlady in Fort Collins, Gary and Monique, AA0RX. And Monique, I can't remember her call sign. So that was the... and I've already had one already, broken the glass. Slandivar, to your good health.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'll have...
As my Scottish grandfather used to say, here's looking up your old address. I never did figure out what that meant, but here's looking up your old address.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I keep saying to Dean Martin, this is actually not my coat of arms. It's a thing. That is my... I'll just see if I can get it in the camera better. It says Dean's right on there. Can't see it that well. Yeah, Dean's. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That is my Scottish ancestral name. And Dean's is set of the Clan Davison.
Oh.
There you go. So there we go. Right. I also got a Christmas present. I've been asking my friends in North Colorado. I've heard the news today about the people in Colorado, not where my friends are living, but obviously hope people have lost lives. And I treated myself to some what we call them registration plates, George. If you've got the slide, I don't want to slide them on camera and live. It's probably better on slide if you just put on a slide. And
yeah, I guess I should put on the right slide, huh? That would
yes, you do.
that would help out.
And yeah, that's my UK call, because my county is Cumbria, and we are in the Lake District and the mountains and the fells. So we don't have that over here. And obviously, I've got me Colorado one with KG0PL. So that's it. I checked that as my Christmas present to myself, but I can't use the UK one in the UK. That one I could use, but I'm talking to Gary and Monique, and they're made of aluminium, not aluminum.
Oh, okay. So, it's a foreign model.
Yeah, but they're not embossed, so you can't. I could show you the live one there. It might not look well.
Yeah.
But it's
I can see it good.
aluminium.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to put them as a shack plate in the shack. A bit of wallpaper, bit of humour, bit of fun.
They don't.
And there is going to be a what the heck from me, George.
Oh.
But it'll be in a post sometime in next year.
Okay. Well,
And also for Emil and Mike. To do with my county. So that's what I'm going to say with you. And I went to the butcher's the other day, and I got a gin.
at the butcher's?
That's a different kind of butcher than we have here.
Yeah, Lakeland Gin. And again, it's about my county. This is what we're going to have for lunch later today. traditional Cumberland sausage.
Oh.
Locally sourced, and in fact, the farmer, he has wild boar, and he has a firearm certificate. If they go mad with him, he can shoot them with a high velocity rifle.
It's not made from Cumberlanders.
Yeah, Cumberland. Yeah.
It's made from real Cumberlanders.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. not your Cumberland Gap. So well, that was it. So hopefully this year, we're now getting a garage put up. I'll be able to put some antennas up. So that's what I need to do. I'm struggling with indoor aerials. Plus the regulation of EMF is a thing. I'm going to be going down to, I'm going to hopefully one day I'll get a 7300 and use digital modes. And they can use 10 watts.
Nigel, Chip, K9MIT wants to know, can you get steaks at the liquor store?
Say that again.
Oh, you can?
Say that again, please. I didn't quite get it.
Oh, Chip wants to know if you can purchase steaks at the liquor store.
No.
As in meat.
Oh, meat? No. We've got to go to the butcher's. So, in fact, that butcher, same with my whiskey, the Prince of Wales likes eating and drinking the whiskey. So, it's got royal approval. So, there you go. And we had a ham on Boxing Day. You guys don't. I might celebrate it, but we skipped Christmas dinner, my wife and I, and because we just a celebration. My dad left the hospital a few days before, and on the 22nd, and his granddaughter went in the hospital, had a baby boy, and we're now great auntie and uncle.
Oh, wow.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, so I had the wee lad in my arms on Christmas afternoon. So he's born a bit early, but he'll fight. It's called Ted Lawrence Rich. My niece is not married. That's the partner's name. So Riches. But ironically, my great-grandfather was called Richard Lawrence. So it's a kind of close thing. But I'd love to get in digital modes. And obviously, with having the power restriction, and if I'm below 10 watts, then I don't have to do a risk assessment with EMF regulations. And that's affected worldwide.
Okay.
Mm.
Here you go, George. And Nigel.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Got a plate here. We have a chap that comes to our ham fest who always makes us some license plates if you want. And here we have the Sportsman's Paradise here down in Louisiana. So there you go.
Well, I could have mine.
Is that because
of
of
the
the
old call
gators?
sign N50XA Mississippi. So how about that one? And that was Mobile, by the way, George. How far is that away from you?
Mobile? That is...
It's actually Alabama. That's about 175 miles from here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was an expat who's now Silent Key. He used to be my neighbour, and he moved around, came back to the UK, and then he died a couple of years back. But the way I got the Colorado Fort Collins call, it was another expat. He's also Silent Key. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. So, and that's it. And I thank Gary and Monique for letting us use their care of address.
Cool.
Hopefully, I'm working my way through the extra class, George. And if I keep putting an appeal out to everybody who's done the recent extra class, if you've got a study guide, I would willing to purchase one because it's too expensive to get it over here to import it in the UK. But if somebody could do it privately, I'd no problem.
Oh, wow. So they're more expensive just to buy them direct there?
Yeah. You got the thing of import tax as well and VAT.
Okay.
So if one of the viewers has just done their test, like Gordo's book, I'd willing to do it. And I love watching your ham college because I'm a visual person because of my dyslexia. It puts it all right over. Very well. Well done, the both of you.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
Well, Tommy,
Appreciate that.
Anyone any questions?
Tommy?
No, I was actually thinking about that Cumberland rum butter you sent us a few years ago. I think I'm going to look that up, and I may order some of that. It was pretty good stuff.
Hold your horses.
Anyway, I may email you back for the. Actually, I'm going to email you back for the name of the place. So I don't remember the exact place to order it from.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying there's going to be, what the heck is it? There's going to be a parcel coming your way between the two of you and Mike and Emil. I'm not saying too much.
Okay.
But they just wait and see.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say one thing, Tommy. You remember the last time you had Cumberland rum butter with, and then I don't know, Emil didn't have any, but it looked like he had some.
Heavy on the rum part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might have just been the rum.
Yeah. You know,
And this time, lads, use your bread of your choice, whether it be wholemeal thing, not crumpet, waffles like last time. I'm giving you a sort of hint what's coming.
well,
So
Cool.
there you go.
well
Anyway, I'll let you go. You've got a busy show, and I want to get to finish this wee whiskey and go and join the Lady Julia. She's already in ZZ land, and I enjoy doing the soundcheck nets every Wednesday morning for me. I've only ever missed one. That's good.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll say semi-freeze and good day to Peter. I often chat to Peter on a regular basis. So he'll be on later, and we'll chat a bit of things. He was asking me, why do I have an American license? Because I'll answer the question for him now. Is my American license was so I gained my reciprocal UK. So I've got to keep up my UK American license.
Wow.
So we'll say semi-freeze.
Yeah. Well,
And
thanks.
Thanks
Yeah,
very
thanks,
much.
Nigel.
And
Thanks
catch
for
you
joining
on the
us.
Nigel.
soundcheck next.
All right. And I guess it's really a Happy New Year over there because you're already in the new year.
Yes, it is local time. It's 03:34, 1st of January,
All right.
2022.
Well, thanks for joining us, Nigel. 7-3. We'll catch you on the nets.
Bye-bye now.
7-3, Nigel.
7-3, man.
And we'll be back in just a moment with Peter. But first, we'll take a quick break here to get Peter connected up. Maybe
Naughty.
we will.
It's sensational, and it's great for landscapers. If you sew, it makes all your measuring jobs so much easier. The Ronco Roller Measure, the perfect gift for anyone, and it's only $9.95.
At the end of each month, it's AmateurLogic's Ham College, the new show for those new to the hobby and those wanting to get into amateur radio.
Which of the following is a purpose of the amateur radio service as stated in the FCC rules and regulations?
That inductor and capacitor form a tuned circuit. That's how you tune the radio to the frequency that you want. The English language.
We lived in town. I liked it. I listened to mine a lot. It was really cool because you didn't have to have a battery to power it.
There's our homemade telegraph station We can use it for long distance communications, like, 3 feet here?
Across the table. The answer is B. Voltage was named after Italian physicist Alessandro Volta.
We can see we're generating a little bit of electricity there. It's DC.
It's always great to go back and get a refresher.
It sure is.
A lot of that stuff, if you've been a ham for a while like we have, you don't really think about a lot of that stuff that often.
They didn't have electric screwdrivers in those days, so that's why we're not using one.
That's why we went primitive with it.
Yeah. So let's see if we can hear anything when we fire off our spark gap transmitter.
Oh yeah.
Well, we didn't build anything or blow up anything today, but
the night's still young.
Dave Smith, the electronic wizard in the electronic land of Oz.
We are the Dick Smiths, whiz kids, and we watch the wizard because...
Why?
Look, speak and spell. TV games, wow.
CD radios, walkie stereo, electronic funway.
And kids, unreal handheld games.
Computers, walkie-talkies, experimenters books.
The Dick Smith Wizards.
And because I import direct, I'm normally much cheaper. So you'd be crazy to go anywhere else. And kids, remember, even if your mums and dads don't understand electronics, you can bring them with you. You mean I can be a Dick Smith whiz kid too? Dick Smith, the electronic wizard in the electronic land of Oz. And there's a store near you. Dick Smith.
You are about to step into a brave new world of power, performance, and productivity made possible by the new Commodore Amiga 500 home computer. Sit back and get set for the ride of your life.
I am the Commodore Amiga 500. I am the ultimate home computer. So easy to use, with powers and abilities far beyond anything you may have ever experienced before. I am dazzling graphics and animation, a home office productivity wonder. I am extraordinary home video production and special effects, a versatile composer of thought as well as music. I am arcade quality games in stereo, a teacher of fact, and a teller of tales. I am 512,000 bytes of pure power, expandable to 1 full megabyte of internal memory. I am the mighty Motorola 68000 microprocessor, a built-in 3.5-inch disk drive, and a floating keyboard with 10 function keys and a numeric keypad. Versatile, easy-to-use menus and pull-down windows make me adaptable to virtually every goal and aspect of your life. At the touch of a button, at the click of a mouse, I am yours to command and control at a price you can afford. I am everything you ever thought possible and impossible in a home computer. And now, you can be everything that I am.
My baloney has a first name, it's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name, it's M-A-Y-E-R. Oh, I love to eat it every day, and if you ask me why, I'll say, 'cause Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
Oscar Mayer, the first name in Bologna.
How's that?
And we're back, and we've got...
Sorry, I was just looking at my Dick Smith catalog.
Oh.
Hi, Peter.
G'day. How's it going down there in Canada?
It's unseasonably mild up here. Actually, we did have a white Christmas, but temperature's only been hovering around 0 Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit. So a lot of the snow is missing, let's say.
Yeah, well, it's really quite hot here today. It's probably about 37 degrees Celsius outside. So I'm sweating quite a bit. I don't know what that would be. About 100 degrees Fahrenheit, I suspect. It's a really, really warm day. there's a cool change on the way, so hopefully that'll help a little bit.
Well, tell us, Peter, since you probably know before the rest of us here, how does 2022 seem to be so far?
Oh yes, well, I'm speaking to you from the future, and yeah, I'm pretty optimistic about next year. I've just finished a 3-month internship with a company called Infosys Limited as a software engineer, and I've actually got 3 job interviews lined up for January, February. So I've already proceeded in each case through the first level of that process. So I'm hopeful of actually picking up a job in the new year, which would be great. And apart from that, I've actually been just also doing a bit of slow scan TV yesterday. The ISS has been sending slow scan television pictures, and I sent them off to you, George. Do you have those there?
Let me see here. Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, here's the first one you sent.
I'll show the first. Okay, this is the very first picture that I received. The ISS was very low on the horizon. Now, all I've done here is I'm using my Alinco 150T, DR150T, 2-meter radio and it's just plugged straight into my 40-meter vertical. So I haven't done anything special from the point of view of reception here, and I didn't get much reception. It was probably very, very low on the horizon, right? And then I had another pass, which was an hour and a half later, that came right over the top, 78 degrees. And this is what I got for that. Unfortunately, the pass was probably so high that the polarization of the ISS antenna was probably at 90 degrees to the polarization of my vertical for a lot of the pass. So the results weren't terribly great. That will probably be enough for me to get a QSL card. And I did a bit of hunting around on the internet, and you will have received a second email from me a little later, George. And attached to that is what I think is the proper, if you actually received the image properly, this is what it would look like. And the two, I matched it up. I'm pretty sure this is the one. So it's been great fun just playing around with SSTV. I would have liked to have gotten a better picture, but there'll be other opportunities in the future. And so it's an interesting year. I think obviously there's a lot of concerns about the Omicron variant going around at the moment, but I think that one way or another, this is probably going to be it for the whole virus. In other words, most people are probably going to get the virus this year, and I think it'll just give so many people immunity, and because so many people have got vaccines, it'll just die out after that. And hopefully we can get back to a more normal life.
Well, a more normal life would sure be nice. After 2 years?
Oh yeah, it's been 2 years, yeah. And if you actually look historically at the the Spanish flu, which was around about 1918, 1920, in that period, it lasted about 3 years. And then what happened was they had a variant come along, which was much milder. And so basically the disease just got milder and milder and died out. So hopefully we're following the same trajectory, and we can look forward, as I say, to getting back to more normal things, and but maybe doing a bit of travel as well.
So is the country down there still doing a lot of lockdowns and stuff like they were earlier?
No, we've actually opened up here in actually most of the states have opened up to some degree. I think West Australia might still be kind of closed off from the rest of Australia, but certainly Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, etc. Have opened up, and they opened up 3 to 4 weeks ago, right? And at that point in time, there was no Omicron. Unfortunately, after having opened up, along comes the new variant, and literally the numbers have been doubling every couple of days. I forget whether we're up to 3,000 or 6,000 in Victoria at the moment, but it's certainly rising very, very steeply. At this stage, though, the number of hospitalisations and deaths has remained relatively low. So touch wood, hopefully, it stays low. And, what will happen, I think will happen is the disease will just sweep through the population with minimal effect, and most of us will just end up immune.
So you were mentioning earlier about completing your internship there. What programming language were you primarily working with?
Python. I don't want to, I feel myself to be reasonably competent in Python because I've worked on my comet hunting program for so long, made so many changes to it that I've developed the skills with it, and I've also made a number of other programs as well. So for my internship, I had to do with 2 other people a project where we made a data quality tool where you could upload a file of data in CSV format, and that would be uploaded into the cloud with Amazon Web Services with a web front end. And then what would happen is that would then be processed, and then the results, or the data quality results, would be spat out or given to the user at the end. Now, I did all the back-end work for that, which was all the Python programming, and my colleagues handled, I think, the React OS or React JS, one of the two, front end, and the Amazon Web Services back end, or the cloud, shall we say. And as I said, I did the actual programming for that, and also optimized it for speed as well, so that it could literally do 1 million rows in just a couple of seconds, which was good. So I'm looking to move into either a software engineering or a data analyst role. I prefer data analyst. My skills are better suited to it in the new year, and but it was I've got to say, it was a great experience. Normally, you've got to get a 3-year computer science degree to actually go and become an intern at Infosys, and they thanks to a special program being run by the Victorian government, I was able to participate in that. And it was a great experience, and Infosys is certainly a great company.
So have you done any more space exploration, finding new objects or any of that stuff lately?
Well, the difficulty I run into is I've probably reached the limits of my comet hunting program. In other words, I had an archive of 25 years worth of data. I've gone through a number of times that data using my program, digging further and further and further down into the noise. I found 61 comets, which is great. I believe that makes me the second highest in Australia, but that's yet to be confirmed. And ideally, I'd like to get number 20 and become number 1, or number 20 or 22, somewhere around there. And but you reach a point where the time spent digging through the noise becomes a bit counterproductive. And I'm at the point now where it's actually better use of my time to actually go back over the images and do it manually, visually, because there are still comets to be found in there. And the human eye is actually better at picking out faint objects than at least my computer program is. Incidentally, also on that very point, NASA are running a competition in mid-January for the best person to develop a program that can find faint comets. One condition of that is it has to use either AI or machine learning, which is something my program doesn't have. And I'm just looking at that to see, well, can I incorporate that somewhere in the process of my existing program? But the prize money on offer is, I think, about $9,000 first prize US, which is rather nice. So I'm looking at that over the next couple of weeks and seeing, well, you know, can I modify my program to somehow have a go and see how it competes with the other programs that people put in.
Cool. Well, any ham radio or other related hobby activities on the horizon for you?
Probably more generally just to spend a little bit more time with getting back into ham radio a little bit. I've been more caught up with my astronomy pursuits in recent years, but yeah, I'd like to get back in. You know, there's a new mode. I think it's JS8 or JS9, I believe, which has just been released, and that allows, it's a variation on, I think, FT8, and it allows text conversations between two people using the same technology, but unlike the very regimented way that FT8 works, this will actually allow you to, you know, type your own messages in with a certain number of characters and be received, so you can have a more normal conversation, but at very, very low power levels, and even when conditions are not great.
Cool.
So I don't know, have any of you guys actually tried that mode yet?
Yeah, yes, it's a JS8 call, I believe is what it is, and they modified the code there and wrote a program that allows you to not only chat but relay through other stations, which I found intriguing. So there's a few people here in my area, Peter, that actually do use it and try it out and test it. So I love the relay feature of it. Be sure to check that out. And I got one question for you. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the James Webb Telescope. Have you been following any of that?
Oh yes, I watched the launch live, and but you've got to one thing you've got to consider is that I think the wavelengths that they're going to be measuring are possibly in the infrared, but not in the usual red, green, blue light wavelengths. So the pictures that you're going to get back are going to look a little bit different from your regular optical type images. So, but yeah, look, I mean, if they are able to, for example, point the telescope at something like Eris, which of course is, in my opinion, a planet, okay? I'll be very controversial there about that, as is Pluto, in my opinion. You know, they might be able to get much better pictures than Hubble did, and with finer resolution. So now, of course, we've been past Pluto. We've got some lovely pictures there, but we haven't seen anything of Eris. And if we were able to get some reasonable level pictures, that would be really awesome.
I've heard some figures quoted recently on the James Webb, and they're claiming, I think they said 100 times more powerful than the Hubble. Is that right?
Do not know the statistics on you know how much better it is, but the way everybody's raving on about it, if it works as it's designed to, it should, you know, take us up another level from where we're at in terms of being able to image very, very distant objects. Can I just jump back, by the way, to the modes like was it FT8, WSPR, etc. There's one other little thing I wanted to mention, a little experiment that I did a year or two ago. And what I did was, at one stage, there was a program that Joe Taylor, the designer of these modes, actually, he released a program whereby you could sort of specify the parameters of the transmission, right, and actually generate the audio of a transmission. And so what I did was I did a number of transmissions like that. So I made a number of wave files as if you'd heard them on air, right? And I moved the frequency that the transmissions, or the audio frequency, up by 200 hertz each time, right? And I also encoded them with different data, okay? What I found was if I then mixed the three audio signals together, transmitted them or sent them, and then decoded them at the other end with a with something like WSJT, right? WSJT would decode all three transmissions. So this got me the idea of, theoretically, you could take an image in JPEG format, just a small JPEG image, encode that into these WSPR transmissions, right? Or FT8, you could use any of the modes. And so you have, in your first 200 hertz, the first, 10 bits of data for your image. Then you make up the audio for the next 10 bits and move that 200 hertz to the right, and then combine all these audio streams, okay, and actually send it all at once, okay? You might have to, make sure the image is small enough to be sent. But I think that you could actually use that technology to send an image that is very, very, send an image with low power over very long distances, even when conditions are not great. Because the software at the other end, what you can do is it will decode each of the transmissions that you've sent, and then you use something like Python to reconstruct the data that's been received and put it back into an image format, and then you can look at it.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting concept.
Hmm. Oh,
I had one other quick question for you, Peter, before you have to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering if you ever had any ideas about getting into radio astronomy, since you've actually tackled the field of actual astronomy. Any inklings for doing some radio astronomy?
I did see a video about, it might have been a post or a video from Mike Brown. Now, Mike Brown and his colleagues discovered Eris, as you know, Professor Mike Brown. And this is on one of his personal blogs, I think. And he actually said that he'd gotten himself a satellite dish, 90 centimetre or thereabouts, and he was actually going to modify it or use it to try and do a bit of radio astronomy. So it is possible to use surplus satellite dishes and use them for that. I have a feel for what's involved with that, because I used to do a little bit of satellite TV, and I would take say a 1.6 meter dish, and I'd move it around and try to find satellites, and they'd come up as points as you moved around. But I suspect you would need much more complicated equipment if you're going to scan across the whole sky and identify, shall we say, bright points of electromagnetic radiation. And for me personally, I just can't see much point in that. You can do it, but there are other things that I think I would rather be doing.
Peter?
Yep, fair enough.
We really appreciate you joining us tonight and getting us started right on the new year here. And I hope you'll come back again soon and tell us what's going on and what you've been into.
Yeah, sure. And look, thanks for the invite and for yes, on what is a very hot day here in Victoria. Yeah, thanks for the invite. I want to wish everybody out there a happy new year, and I really, really hope that, because I know that last year was a particularly hard year for a lot of us. I hope that this year everything is a much happier year, and hopefully we sort of deal with this virus once and for all fairly early on in the year, get that out of the way, and that we get on and actually at the end of this year end of 2022, we can look back and it's not necessarily defined by what the virus has been doing, but rather what we've been doing during the year. And I think that would be really good to come back in a year's time and hopefully talk about other things, shall we say. So anyway, have a great break for those of you out there who are still on a break, and I will catch you hopefully later in the year to talk about other things. So
All right.
73s.
All right,
And thanks,
73.
guys.
73.
Thanks, Peter. 7-3.
Okay, bye.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here to get our next guest connected. And while we do that, I've got a segment here that I don't remember when it was now, but when I play it, it'll identify it. And it's interesting. Well, I thought it was one of the funner skits that we had done. And check this out real quick, and we'll have more right afterwards. I got something here I want to talk about before we move on, Tommy. You know, you were looking at the Harbor Freight catalog here.
Horror Freight?
Horror Freight, is that what you call it? You were looking at it before the show, you know, and you get these too, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And I try to go through most of them, and they send too many, and they all got the same thing in them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they all got the biggest sale ever.
Yeah. And, you know, I'll find some junk in there. I mean, quality tools in there that I want every now and then.
Yeah.
And I'll buy some stuff from there. I'll admit it. I look at it carefully and I think, am I going to need to use this tool more than once?
Yeah. That's the kicker right there.
That's the kicker. Yeah, I won't even talk about it, but I bought a tool there today that it was pointless. It won't do what it's supposed to do, but
yeah,
it's probably not the last time.
You really never know. You could get something that's good, because I got my little calipers from there. Mm-hmm. They were cheap and they work fine. No problem.
They're fine.
And I actually bought a hammer drill from there that I intend on using one time. It made it through the whole project. I might actually get 2 uses out of it. Maybe. So who knows? I bought a good many tools from there to take and leave at transmitter sites that, that I just need some tools there, and that's my burner tool sets. Yeah. Yeah. And I will say I needed some bits for my drill, not my drill, but my impact driver, to put some fence, working on my fence. And so I was close by and I ran in there and bought a box of 12, and I made it through about 6 feet of fence before I stripped out most of them. Okay. So
George, the top of that magazine, the title there is definitely Cheap Old Man Compliant.
It is. It is. I think you're right.
Huge price cuts. I mean, that's right on the money. Or off the money.
Right off the
they're competitors to this too. There's another one called Northern Tool that's right up the road here. It's pretty good. A little bit better quality, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I've been in there once or twice. I bought a solar panel from there.
Yeah. I think some of the stuff they got in there is a little better quality than you'll get here. But apparently that's a pretty hot space. It's heating up right now because there's more competitors coming along. Here's a new one here that looks to me like they're directly trying to compete with Harbor Freight. And this is Hazard Fraught Tools. Have you heard of this company before?
No, must be brand new.
It is brand new. Let's just take a look at a few of the items that they got here. A 6-inch weld gutting knife
for less than $10.
Less than $10, and they got a mohel knife too. I guess that's how you pronounce that.
Yeah.
You might be there for a while.
Yeah. But, it's also ideal for most walrus brisket.
Yeah.
And apparently, you gut a whale with your right hand, but you got a mohel with your left. But look at the price difference, man.
Yeah. It's a pretty big difference, and it looks very similar.
Yeah, it does. But
makes me want to be left-handed.
You probably don't want to interchange those tools though, because you don't really know what's going to happen.
You don't. You just never can tell about those kind of things. You know, they've got other tools though that'll serve more than one purpose. Well, here's one right here. It's a 6-function electronic multi-tester. It's a AC/DC voltage tester, a meat thermometer, a gaydar, searchable, I can't read that, Bible?
Bible.
Yeah.
Paternity tester, corn on the cob holder.
Man, where do you stick that thing for paternity test?
And only $9.95. Where are you going to get that, man? Eight functions.
Yeah. You can't argue with the value of that.
They only list 6 there, but it's actually 8. So we don't know what the other 2 functions
well,
could be.
it's just up to your imagination.
I guess so. Well, they got good coupons there too. Just like in the Harbor Freight catalog, they've got a number of coupon deals that you can get stuff at a really good price, like some kind of gauge for $9.99.
Yeah, it looks like a good one too.
Yeah, the useless coupon. Or what about that, Tommy? 16-inch manual chainsaw.
You know what? That you don't ever have to worry about. You know how you use your chainsaw just every now and then, and it gets gummed up if you don't put stay-bill in it. You don't have to worry about that with that. And then you don't have to worry about like cutting the extension cord if you have one of those little electric ones. Solves a lot of problems.
Well, it does. And economical, it's, I guess, environmentally friendly.
Yeah, and get exercise at the same time.
Yeah.
Good for your health.
What other coupons they got there? Oh, look at that, an 8-ounce solid brass carpenter's dreidel. Only $14.99.
Oh, wow.
And I particularly like that last one there, $29.99. You can get a 50-foot garden hose extension cord combo.
You know that.
Do not get cord wet.
If you were, that's good. If you were doing those projects around the house and you don't want to haul a bunch of stuff out, you know, you could.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that. I'm pretty well stopped right there in my tracks.
Yeah. It's just not many extension cables that you can connect to both the waterfalls and electricity.
But there it is.
Well,
Brad in the chat room says shocking.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, you know, they've got some power tools there as well. Not everything is manual. Like the heavy-duty pneumatic slide whistle for $70 or $69.99. Or you can choose the 18-volt cordless hammer.
You know, I bet that battery lasts a long time on that. So you probably get a lot of use out of it before you have to recharge.
I bet you could.
That's good stuff.
Is it like one of those TENS machines that puts 18 volts on your muscles and makes you beat the hammer?
Yeah. It could be like that, but you know, really though, at $70, I think I'll just stick with my manual hammer.
You think so? Well, it's a little bit pricey, but that does come with the battery.
But does it come with a charger?
You probably only have to use the charge that's in it when you buy it. I doubt you ever really have to recharge it.
Oh, it comes pre-charged.
It's that efficient.
Okay. Well, so, be looking around for the catalogs, hazard fraught tools. Should see that coming soon. Perry Thompson sent that to me.
Oh, yeah? That's pretty good.
And I looked around. It's floating all over the internet. I think the original source of that is a Mad Cover site.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that's where it looks like, something they would do. So
yeah. Well, that's pretty good stuff there.
That was really good stuff there.
That almost looks like some of the stuff from the AmateurLogic Christmas Buyer's Guide.
I was thinking of Mike when I was reading it.
That's actually where I thought it might have came from.
He missed a good opportunity, didn't he?
He did.
We could have sold a bunch of that. Okay, we are back. And as you can see, we've picked up a high roller here down on the bottom. I don't know, Ray. That's a mighty fancy shirt.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Looking sharp there, Ray.
Thank you, gentlemen. Tommy should be happy. He won a bowl game today.
I'm real happy.
Yeah. So how have things been out in Texas?
70 degrees, highs in the 80s earlier this week. Expecting some cold weather to come in tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I think it'll be the next day here. It'll start kind of heading in tomorrow, but pretty cold.
Work's been keeping me so busy. I've not had time to play any ham radio. Would love to have gotten some of the slow scan TV that was going on around Christmas, but
yeah,
that timing just didn't play out with that. And while waiting on you guys, started playing around with my 52.
You know, I got mine this past week, and I've been playing around with it a little bit. I haven't done much with it. I have kept the plastic over the screen so far, so it's still in pristine condition. I've got to get started programming on it, though. I think, Tommy, you've already been into yours, haven't you?
Oh, man, I've already made a road trip with mine. It's been programmed. I did that as soon as I got it here and opened the box up. I went ahead and set mine up.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. It's a really nice rig, and, well...
Gosh darn it, I'm still in the ID31A club.
Oh.
You're the one.
Yeah.
Emil, do you have a, 92? Oh, no, you got one of the 51s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you guys got him muted?
No. I was actually following the chat room, Ray. They're really proud of you driving the Enterprise there.
Ah, good. Well, I didn't know if I wanted to do the Enterprise or what I really wanted to do tonight.
Yeah, you could have done.
With an outfit like that, you deserve the whole Enterprise, not just the shuttlecraft.
Well,
and
of
course, Mike is the red shirt. We all know what that means.
Yeah,
Mike, you're not going to make it back up to the ship, brother.
Yeah, Milt, you're going to have to lose that hat after tonight now. That's
okay. He's really milking that piece of ribbon. You should ask him what was wrapped up in that piece of ribbon.
Well, it's anti-gravy ribbon, so the dogs haven't eaten this hat yet.
Right.
He got his money's worth out of that ribbon.
Well, right, we were watching a Fra Tools catalog segment here just a moment ago, and I
noticed that. Those look like some interesting toys.
Well, they are.
Shop there?
And I just happened to find a few more in the archive here that we didn't show that time around, and I'd like to run some of these by you, and let's get your thoughts on some of them, or maybe you know of some other tools that perhaps they should add to that catalog.
I was thinking they might have had a surplus on the left-handed knife. That's why it was $3.99 instead of $9.99.
Could have been. Low-quality tools at ridiculous prices. How do they do it? Well, Hazard Fault sells low-quality merchandise to, well, I can't read it because I've got a VU meter right in front of it here. Tommy, you want to read that?
How do we do it?
Yeah.
How does Hazard Fault Tools sell low-quality merchandise to such a willing public? By convincing men that even though they don't need any of this stuff, owning it will make them feel more manly. Seriously, guys, how often are you going to use that reciprocating hydraulic miter clamp? Besides, why waste extra money on quality tools that you could someday hand down to your son or grandson? They won't care, and neither will you, since you'll be dead. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this without laughing through it. So, save the money and buy something that they can really use, like a large plastic jar, the kind you buy at Costco that's filled with stale pretzels, full of bungee cords on aisle 6A. remember, it's always good to have 7 dozen spare bungee cords around. And there is some truth to that.
Yeah. And
you know what? I bet if they go to the Orlando Hamcation, we will see our buddy Richard hawking those.
Could be.
and they would have them for $499.95.
Well, right here, you can get this for free. It's if you use a useless coupon. It's the never in stock 3.5-inch super bright 9 LED aluminum flashlight. This is something that everyone.
See, Nigel would have argued with you and said that's aluminium.
Well, he would have, yeah. But you can compare it to those expensive $8.99 models that they're now selling at the dollar store for $1. There's no rain checks, limited stock on hand, and they're always out. They specifically direct the store managers to not order these when the coupon's going to be running. So the offer is only good on the items shown, not the 3 other identical models that carry different stock numbers. So you better hurry, while that is in stock. We've got another item here, Ray. This one, well, it could be something, I don't know, this could be useful. I'll ask Tommy to tell us about this.
Now, this is the 48-piece screwdriver set. Standard flathead, standard Phillips head, plus 46 others you'll never use, but have to sort through in your toolbox to get to the one you need. And I've got a set. This is very similar to that.
Yeah.
Have to sort through it, and got a tool bag. It's on sale for $24.99, but it's regularly $19.99.
You've got which one, Ray?
I got the 16-piece one.
Okay.
It's always the one that I need is the last one that I pick up.
Well, that's by
design. On the bottom of the box.
Yeah. Email. Now, this is something I know you could use right here. Tell us about this.
Well, George, along with the useless coupons, the 80-piece rotary nose picking kit, regularly $29.99, is now $49.99. And as you can see there, the Pick 150, which is really powerful and doesn't discriminate. Apparently, there's lots of different attachments there, and very functional. And wow, I mean, there's no doubt if you're having a problem getting something out of there, this is going to help you out.
Okay.
You might even say it's cheaper at half the price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't pay regular price. I'm curious.
Is there a brain scratching extension?
I don't know. I'm not sure. You might could get some of those, particularly if you got
those little fingers are about the same size.
Yeah. If you had
wait, there's a telescopic brain scratching utensil.
And I don't know, Mike, this looks like, I don't know, were you having trouble on the beach there?
Yes, the self-tumbling patio umbrella. Why pretend when you can have the real thing? Roaming patio and beach umbrellas are specially weighted to take off in the slightest breeze. Fun way to meet your neighbors as you retrieve it. Or at the shore to become the next viral video sensation as dozens of beachgoers videotape you chasing an elusive parasol endlessly down the sand like a jack. Well,
Yeah. And it's on sale now for $24.99, huh?
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
I was wondering about that.
Pricing?
It's got a dollar sign, but what kind of currency is that in?
True. Yeah. I don't know. He looks pretty proud to have it, though.
Kind of looks like the U.S. president.
Yeah. Now these next 2 items, Tommy, I believe you had one of these, didn't you?
Oh, the laser guided paintbrush. That's a great useless coupon. You might want to hang on to that one. 2-inch, 3-inch, and 4-inch widths. Laser pointer accurately guides user towards the surface to be painted, and you can remove cats from the room when painting. And it's another special price. It's normally $7.99, but it's on sale with this coupon for $14.99.
Yeah.
See, I would have figured you could dip the cat and use the laser pointer to help paint the room faster.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
You may be onto something.
That's creative
Maybe onto
use.
something.
And you could even do that nice little artwork to spin it around in a circle.
Yeah.
And watch the paint whip off the tail.
Yeah, like abstract. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, you get
But
that.
we better
like
be
the way you
careful.
think.
I don't want anybody to think that I hate cats. I don't.
Yeah. Well, Tommy, what about the other item there?
Oh yeah, that's another good one. Muppet grade felt work gloves. Yeah, those are good. Protects your hands. Choose from the Big Bird, Ernie, or the Cookie Monster models. Another great price. Only $6.99 a pair. Regularly $3.99. But yeah, 3 fingers, 4 fingers. Pick however many you need.
Just whatever you're feeling like that week, huh? Now, Ray,
You could probably use that for the brain scratcher too. Be careful.
this next item,
I'm just remembering hearing a guy say "pick 2" all the time. So that would be referring to the Big Bird.
Yeah. Now, this next item here, I know I'm going to clip this coupon out and use it right after the show. This is something I feel like I really need. You don't find these just everywhere. And that is the $8.99 Moron lamp. Regular price is $1.99. Now only $8.99. And it looks like it's LED as well.
So is there a dimmer version that's the less on?
Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, this guy seems mighty proud of it, so it must work. And also, another coupon there for the key-shaped folding mini machete. You can add a tiny useless knife to your keychain and completely forget about it until TSA agents discover it the next time you fly. Ray, you probably need one of those on your key ring, huh?
Yeah, that definitely will be a fun one to explain there.
Yeah.
It'll be sitting right next to my nose picking kit.
Yeah, that'll be hard to explain. I've lost a lot of tweakers, the little X-Lite green and red screwdrivers over the years at TSA. I kept them in my computer bag, and they grab those right up.
Yeah, what's really tough is
the funny thing?
when we're doing the shows, we'll have literature show up and use one of those box cutters to open them up and not think about it, put it in your pocket. Next thing you know, you're going through TSA and they're searching through the dirty laundry because they found a box cutter.
Yeah. Well, your scene has changed there. Where are you now?
Pod racing.
Yeah, he's at the pod races.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, actually, this is like the 4th thing. I had 3 different Star Trek, and since nobody noticed, figured I'd go pod racing.
Okay. I noticed. I'm not sure what it is because I don't think I've ever been, but.
May the 4th be with you.
Okay. Now, Mike, this is an item here. I'm not sure if this is legal in Canada. You might could key us in on that. Oh no, that's not it. No, this is one. Well,
That's good because I can't even pronounce that.
yeah, this is the Megalinating Variable Intensity Multifunction Power Tool. It's got 8 functions. It's useful for untranking concrete hex finals or retanking floating lug grout. I don't even know how to say that. Anamorgling deck shims, pre-pneumatizing subdivots, torquing slotted camshafts, sync-refusing synthetic toggle bearings, electromuting compressed velenoid laminate, and removing earwax. It's a pretty good
It's
price.
funny, it doesn't mention anything about that turbo encabulator.
Well, it doesn't. But it's only $59.95. The price has not gone up. If you use the coupon, you can buy it now and avoid them lowering the price later or running it in the next flyer. It operates at 12,000 meglamations per minute, and it's the tool that no one ever paid full price for anywhere, and it's on sale now for 4 straight years, and they've still got a warehouse full of them. So, I don't know.
How big is the coupon? You say don't make us run a bigger coupon. Looks like normal size.
Oh, well, it does, doesn't it? I don't know. That is a full-size coupon right there. Let me see. I skipped over a couple there, and I don't know how. Okay, this is one, Mike. I was curious if the regulations in Canada allow for, this item.
Well, I'm going to hazard a guess here, and no pun intended, that it doesn't meet California emissions, and it probably doesn't meet Canada emission standards either. But you could assemble that, or actually, if we're looking at that 12 horsepower, 4,500 watt noise and fume generator, that could come in very handy camping. For one thing, you don't have to worry about noisy campers in the adjacent campsites. So that'll keep the noise from you hearing the noise. And I was thinking, if you put some what do you call that, bug killer in the gas tank there, you could turn it into a mosquito fogger. And Tom and I have fond memories of chasing behind that mosquito fogger truck that used to drive through the campsites and leave a big trail of smoke behind.
Oh yeah, me too.
Actually, I think our parents encouraged it. So
mine did.
No after effects there, I don't think.
Yeah.
Not that we know of. It could, if you think about it, it could explain a lot of things, though.
Right?
That's an interesting thing there to definitely take care of those field day mosquitoes you guys have in Mississippi.
Well, it would, now that I think about it. And my generator...
You've got a 5-horse model of that, don't you, George?
I think it's more than 5 horses. It's 5 kilowatt.
Okay.
Yeah. But, if it doesn't smoke the mosquitoes out, it'll drive them out sonically. That thing is so loud. Email. The next item there could be useful.
Yeah, George, you might have seen this one. In fact, this whole page doesn't even require the coupons. You might have seen this one in a prior catalog, because after all, it is the exact same crap and the exact same prices, just like it was in the last flyer, just arranged a little differently, right? This is the 6-foot by 8-foot rickety aluminum greenhouse, which you can assemble in an afternoon. You can disassemble it the next afternoon after the homeowners association cites you, and it's barely big enough to turn around in. So don't worry about, staying in. And that cheap plastic sheeting that looks like they're after my purchase here punctures with just pine needles or a heavy rain. So, what could go wrong?
Yeah. I could think of a number of things, but we'll leave that alone for now.
Accepted at homeowners associations all over.
Oh, now these next ones here, if I can find what page we're on. Yeah.
Oh, you've got a script, George?
Well, actually, I printed them out so I could see who was going to read each one. So I'll just do the introduction for this next one here, Ray. You need to mark your calendar because the sale's going to be going on soon. It's a big, disorganized, understaffed parking lot sale next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Somehow our merchandise seems more appealing when presenting it in an environment reminiscent of a yard sale. Tommy, what about that toolkit there? That's a good price.
Man, that toolkit is great. If you have a daughter, listen up. Overwhelming 148-piece toolkit. All tools are guaranteed to be subpar, even by our standards. So that speaks tons for this stuff. Miniature, near useless versions of real tools that no one would buy separately. It's a perfect gift for your daughter's first apartment, despite the fact that she doesn't really know how to change a light bulb, and she hangs pictures by hammering screws into the drywall with her heel of her shoe. It's the 4-drawer chest makes a useful makeup cabinet once the tools are all tossed away, and it's regularly $49.99, and it's on sale for this special parking lot sale for $64.99.
Man, we got to talk to the marketing department with this company, because that's the wrong approach to take. The way that you could do it is it's so inexpensive that you can buy 2 to loan one of them to your neighbors and not have to worry about them bringing anything back.
Yeah, because there's a good chance they won't.
And does that include that 64-piece screwdriver kit too?
You know, it looks like that might be in there. You know, just for the tool caddy alone, I mean, that's a nice big cabinet there. You could store a lot of useless tools in that.
Yeah. Your daughter could store a lot of makeup in there.
Well, true, and it would probably hold makeup better than it would hold heavy tools. Not that these are heavy. Email. Now this one I know is right up your alley.
I tell you what, George, you couldn't have picked a better one here, because the 16-ton hydraulic nail unbender is going to be huge for hurricane season this year, because you don't have any idea how many fence boards we go through and bent nails, just ripping them out of there, if not the trees. But having 16 tons of hydraulic pressure to help you with that's really something, George. And I mean, 139.49. Wow, that's all I can say.
Yeah, that's a lot of nails. Mike, the safety glasses.
I wonder if they got an endorsement from him. But he kind of reminds me of somebody else, and I think he must be related to this guy. But protect eyes and maintain.
Guess he kind of does.
I don't know, Mike.
The earring gave it away, I think.
Yeah.
Those are the Oh No Bono safety glasses, huh?
Yeah. That's all of these I had. That's the remaining ones. We didn't use them that last time around, which I don't remember when that was now. It's been a while. And those are
quite some time.
You can find those at madcoversite.com. I believe that's where I located these. Some really good stuff there. Not that I would want to purchase anything. Well, of course, the Moron lamp, but other than that, yeah, I don't know what I need there.
I don't know. The Moron
lamp, he wants to go live with their R&D team.
Say again, Ray.
You could use that Moron lamp to change a tire in the dark, and I bet you guys know a few hunters that would like to use them to spotlight with.
Well, that'd be perfect, for field day antenna work. After hours when your dipole fell out of the tree, or whatever.
But can you wear those with the safety glasses? Will they both fit?
I think so. Yeah, I believe they would, and you would look doubly dorky then. But anyway, enough of that. Ray, what's been going on with you?
Oh, just trying to keep ahead of all three divisions. 2021 definitely threw some curves to me.
Yeah, that's like, what, 3 times the work?
I wish it was that easy.
Wow.
But running 3 divisions, getting all the marketing going, and then trying to figure out what we're able to produce because of all the parts shortages. That's been the challenge this year.
Yeah, I've got to say, I don't know about the other divisions, but the amateur radio division, y'all have plowed on through, and you got the products out there. I know it took a while, but 2 great new products, and not really that long a time considering everything that's going on.
2 great new products.
Well,
which 2?
I say new. Well, the ID52A, of course. And
oh man, yeah. The thing with that is, we were ready to have them shipped to everybody before Christmas last year.
Yeah.
FCC certification at the end of November, and what threw the monkey wrench in the whole works was the fire in October. So, I mean, that was 2020 there that happened, but that threw us off for a full year almost.
Wow. And the 705, of course, that wasn't real recent, but I mean, that came about during the pandemic, didn't it?
Yeah, that was released right at the beginning of the pandemic. But the one nice thing about it gave the engineers some time on the 52 where, I don't know if you or Tommy have had a chance to play around with the band scope yet, but I heard you say Josh was going to be on your show later on today or tonight. He was showing me how he uses it to find RFI around the house with the band scope.
I have not tried the band scope on it yet. I'm looking forward to it, though. That's the only handy talkie I know that has that feature.
That gives you the waterfall. Yeah, there's quite a few of them, and I'm looking right now to bring it up. There's quite a few of them out there that will have just the sweeping bar graph on it.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing.
But no, it's not. Let me get over here to the ham bands. I was scanning through some of the military aviation frequencies, so that's something new with it.
Cool. Yeah, I played with it a little bit while I was gone this weekend.
I'm trying to find the right angle here where it's not, where my lights aren't blowing it out here, but yeah, I was planning on being up there Monday, Tuesday, and coming back home on Wednesday to shoot video next week. But George, I'm sorry to hear you got COVID.
Yeah. So far, pretty mild symptoms, but just tested positive today. So
yeah, a month and a half ago, my wife had the Delta variant, and we learned that this was the second time she had it.
Wow.
Both vaccinations as well, Pfizer vaccinations, but the floor that she manages at the hospital is a COVID floor, so it was bound and determined to make its way here. But luckily, I escaped it.
Yeah.
We did a PCR test, got to see the antibodies, and completely off the chart. But like I said, got lucky and did not catch it.
Wow.
Maybe COVID can't survive in a high RF environment.
Well,
that might be it, but...
Well, I wish that were true.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I went all of 2021 and avoided it. And I mask up when I go out, and I use hand sanitizer, all the time when I'm, out in public and touching things. Somehow, this new variant, I guess, just very contagious.
Supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah, I saw
it doesn't seem to honor that vaccine either.
No, because I had both Pfizer's and the booster.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So I saw the sign in a restroom says wash your hands like you've been slicing jalapenos, and you have to take out your contacts.
That or crawdads.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I just received a message from one of my sons. I told him that I was coming on the live stream, and he's told me that I've definitely got a Texas accent now.
Oh, you do?
Congratulations.
Yeah.
What do you mean, congratulations?
Well, that's like a step up, isn't it, Tommy?
Yeah. That's not worse. Could be worse.
Yeah. So are you traveling a lot now, or do you get to stay at home pretty much?
Well, let's see. Been to Kirkland, Washington, 2 different trips for a full week each. The Fort Lauderdale boat show, 2 boat shows in Orlando, the one up in Connecticut. So I've been staying pretty busy.
Yeah.
New Orleans New Orleans work boat show. Then visited family down in Lafayette. Visited family in Mississippi, and then we have Orlando Hamcation, and then I leave on that Sunday to go to the Miami International Boat Show.
Wow.
So it definitely keeps me traveling.
Yeah. Well,
now one of the things that was crazy, we did the Oshkosh Air Show in July. At the end of July, there were over 600,000 attendees, and you never heard of any huge outbreaks or anything like that.
Wow. Well, most of that was outdoors, wasn't it?
It was outdoors, but the vendors are all in the hangars, and trust me, it was impossible to try to keep up with people picking up the handheld radios, looking at them, and then you can't use any alcohol on them or anything like that. So then it becomes very delicate. And here, wash your hands, clean your hands, use the hand sanitizer as they're walking away.
Yeah. Well, I hope we can reschedule a visit here to look closer at that ID52 soon. Sorry.
Oh, no
Can't be
problem,
next
man.
week.
Maybe we just do it remote.
Well, we could. Yeah.
I mean, it won't be the first time. I think we did a review on a radio, and I was sick in the hotel there in Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, you're just a few miles away, but you had the flu, I believe.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, I felt rough.
Yeah.
Do I feel?
Mill, are you still doubling as a hand model?
Sure. I was going to ask Ray if do I feel a smackdown coming on?
Oh.
I think there will be between the 51, and I'm not sure which versions of the 51 George and Tommy have.
I have the 50th anniversary.
I've got the plus 2.
Yeah, the 50th anniversary and the plus 2 series are pretty much the same. So that'll work just fine.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm the referee this time, and you two go at it.
Well, I feel disadvantaged because Tommy has already been playing with this 52. But that doesn't mean he gets to be the 52 guy.
And I don't have to worry about you guys taking my radio because you've already got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already got our own this time.
I've got one.
So yours is safe.
Well, we ordered those right away. And I can say from what I'm seeing just, immediately, I haven't spent a lot of time with it yet, but slightly bigger, but I like that bigger display. And you know me, I kind of like the color displays. And that is really nice. And I noticed the encoders on the top and all seem to be a little more precision maybe than the 51, and other than that I haven't gotten very deep into it yet.
Yeah, they're both the channel selection as well as the volume selection are both of them have indentations, so you can feel as you're clicking through them. Everybody seems to be singing the praises of the audio. It is a lot louder compared to the 51,
Definitely
and a lot
is.
cleaner audio as well. And the one thing that I have not seen anybody do yet on social media, and quite a few of them have shipped, is looking at the display in bright direct sunlight.
Have you tried that, Tommy?
Yeah, I can see it just fine. I can see it just fine.
Cool.
So.
Yeah, that we use that display in our Lamb Mobile product, and we've never had a complaint about anybody being able to see it in sunlight. So that was one of the features that we were following behind the Lamb Mobile product. The other surprise was all the guys that were buying the Japanese models to be the first ones on the block to be doing the YouTube reviews. It's the joke's on them because it comes with the higher capacity battery on it. It's the BP272, or the ones coming from Japan were the BP271s. Also, about 2 months ago, they released a new firmware, and I never figured out how to do the firmware update to the prototype, so it does not have the band scope. So that was one of the cool things. They launched the radio. They were selling them in Japan. They were shipping them like 2 months, 3 months before they were available here in the U.S. But our units all have that band scope.
Wow. Cool.
Jerry, George, real quick. Jerry, WR5G in the chat room is saying that the speaker on ID52A is awesome. Is that what the A is for?
Oh,
yeah. I'm not going to take claim for that.
Yep. Well, I'm looking forward to it, and everything I've heard on the air, because I keep my DStar radio turned on all the time here, and we're connected to different reflectors and things, and I haven't heard anything negative about it yet. Everybody's sounding great. Everybody's learning how to use it, and not that it's a whole lot different operational wise. I don't know, maybe somewhat. I haven't dug that far into it, but initially
I was able to turn it on and go straight in, use it just pretty much like my other one. There's extra features in there, but the same functionality from the ID51 is still there, and it works mostly the same. A few of the little buttons on the little four-way switch on the front are just a little bit different. So far, that's what I've run into, but there's no problem.
And then you guys got a DStar repeater to put up too, right?
Yeah. We'll be doing that soon.
Yeah, we're working on it. Got the computer operating system put on the computer now. Got that going, and just got to get the repeater plugged up to it and install the gateway software and everything, and get it all registered up.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Ray, is the vocoder chip in the 52 the same as the 51, or has it been upgraded as well?
I'm not really sure if it's using the AMBE or AMBE2. The bigger thing is where they have the threshold set. On the earlier versions of the radios, they set the threshold really low to work the weakest possible signal. And a lot of people were complaining about what they would call the R2D2. The other thing with that is some of the hotspots that were out there did not follow the protocol. The protocol will have a sync bit mixed in with the signal. Well, some of the hotspots out there, or the dongles, not the DV dongles or the DVAPs, but some of the others would only capture the originating sync bit. So if the radio and the hotspot lost sync, it never would pick up another sync bit until somebody dropped the key and then keyed it back up again.
Huh.
And unfortunately, a lot of the Icom radios and the DStar technology kind of got a black eye because of some of the shortcuts that were done by some of the other developers.
I had noticed that before, and it was using a hotspot. So that explains it now.
One of the other things is some of them that were doing the hotspots would be transmitting on a FM transmitter. So the radio would, in some of the more recent radios, especially with the 51 plus 2 and the 31 plus, the radios auto detect between FM. It would switch between FM and DV. And it senses a 25 kilohertz, or even if they were running narrow FM, 12.5 kilohertz signal. Well, to the radio, it's FM, because D-Star's right at 6.25. So that would cause some bit errors that were happening as well.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to move on down the list here. We've going to be wishing Happy New Year to the people on the East Coast here in just a few minutes.
Alrighty.
And we got more guests in the queue, but you know, there's something here I wanted to share with you. Now, this is Mike's handiwork. Well, I can't totally disclaim it because I did something with it. But.
I can hear my old high school baseball coach right now. Son.
Whoops, that's not it.
No, that is
I was going to say, please do not tell me you guys have done that to me and put me on the other side of Mr. Clean.
No. I've just got to grab a keyboard here real quick. And all right, here we go.
Yeah, I can tell Emil already knows what's coming on.
Maca is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you from the land where
yeah, look like Fluffy in the background. Thank you there, Mike.
Yep. And you might recognize that vocalist there. That is none other than a ribbon hat guy.
Yeah, I kind of picked up that Cajun accent there.
Cheap old vocalist.
Hot dog.
The Cajun Hawaiian there. Well, Ray, thanks for joining us. I hope we'll see you again soon and pick up where we left off. And, well, happy 2022 coming up to you here real quick.
Happy 2022. And you know what? I kind of got a gut feeling because you aired that you're faking the COVID just so I don't show up on Monday.
No, I'm really not. I mean, I felt worse a little earlier, but, you know, the tool catalog just was a total inspiration for me. That got me rolling.
There you go.
All right.
See how that could happen.
Well, 7-3, Ray. Thanks for being here.
All right.
7-3, Ray.
Ray. Happy
for
New
having me
Year.
on here. 73.
Well, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go away, but first, Mike has an Enigma.
Our good friend Chip, K9 MIT, hit his project. It was his project, and he put it together for me with a little arm twisting, very little arm twisting. I asked him for a few photos, and he did this nice presentation, and I added a little narration to it, and yeah. Well, you'll see for yourselves.
It's an Enigma. Build your own Enigma. An Enigma kit built by Chip K9 MIT. Chip's son-in-law was in England on business and had purchased this kit for Chip as a Christmas gift 2 years ago. He purchased it from the gift shop at Bletchley Park, the site of the British code-breaking activity during World War II. He was aware of his long interest in code-making and breaking activities that occurred during World War II. Chip's bookshelves are filled with books relating to this subject. He always dreamed of finding an Enigma machine at an antique store or flea market, but this was the next best thing. The next best thing to the real McCoy, you might say. Sorry about that, Chip. Bletchley Park, outside of London, where the real work of Alan Turing and the codebreakers took place. The component side of the PCB component locations clearly marked, plated through holes, very sturdy in its design. Chip says the solder side of the board mimics the other side, and starting with this reminded him of the late 50s and 60s when he built his first Allied Night kit and later Heath kits. Keyboard and rotor wheel switches installed along with plugboard jacks. They took some time, but as Chip has said, it's a process. The 4 7-segment LED displays are in place, as well as the yellow resistor networks near the IC drivers at the bottom of the board. A quick look back at the board before populating with components. The LEDs were mounted at a uniform height using a drill bit as a spacer between the two leads while soldering. Took some time making sure the polarity was correct. Close-up of the switches installed that will become the keyboard of the unit. Once again, Chip was pacing himself and taking his time, which is hard to do sometimes, he says. Decals for the keys as well as up and down arrows to mimic the settings of the rotor wheels that are implemented by the 7-segment LEDs. A clear lens covers the individual LEDs that light, indicating a letter of the alphabet during key presses. Lens not shown here. Close-up of the quadruple NAND gates and triggers with associated resistor networks. Another view of the LEDs and related components. Plugboard leads to be used on the plugboard for further encoding of the rotor wheel outputs. Chip says there is tons of information on the Crypto Museum website as well as other sites. Google is your friend. Just enter Enigma and or code breaking and enjoy. Here is a picture of an actual Enigma machine. Chip hopes that you enjoyed his presentation, as the kit was a lot of fun to build. Well, that's it for now. 7.3 from Chip K9MIT and me, Mike VE3MIC.
And you know, I remember Chip talking about that, and probably back before we actually started assembly on it. And I see he moves a little faster than you do when it comes to putting kits together, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sure Chip doesn't have one of those box of incomplete dreams.
Okay. And that was a mighty nice kit there, and I appreciate Chip sharing it with us, and Mike doing the narrating of the photos.
Yeah,
I like the German silk screening on the board.
Yeah. And we've got our
Hi,
next
Andy.
guest now.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Hi, Andy. That's Andy.
Ahoy.
Andy, are you on a boat?
No, that's the backdrop. That's from a picture from the port side on the helm. It's sort of reverse flip-flop. I'm on starboard side looking towards port, and that was a mock-up of the boat.
Nice.
Well, Andy, you're going to have to tell us a little bit about that boat now. That's is it complete yet, or is it still being built?
It's in the build phase right now. They just casted the, they got the hull done a week and a half ago, and it's waiting for cure up. And we did the upper deck and the helm last 2 days. And I was over there yesterday in Stewart watching it and stuff. And talking to the architect, the marine architect, to get the stuff all squared away on where the radios were going to go and making sure they swapped everything out and where the HF stuff was going to go. So it's coming along.
Cool. Let me just say to the people on the East Coast, Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year back at you. We're having fun over here.
Happy
Emil,
New
you're going to do
Year.
it again, aren't you?
You wouldn't
No
expect.
hope for you, son.
I didn't have my official time clock this year.
Oh,
Mill with the paper clock.
yeah.
Yeah, you're driving my dog crazy too, because she thinks somebody's got her toy.
Okay, well, so you've got a new boat coming. Is that what
Yeah,
I'm
I do.
understanding?
I had to wait a long time before the company pulled me in and said, okay, you're part of the company now. So it's family-run business and stuff. So we do a lot of work for SpaceX, Department of Defense, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, United Launch Alliance, NASA. We do a lot of different work.
Wow. Well, you've got some more photos here, I believe, that you sent along. That.
Yeah, well, that's the helm right there. The way it's exactly how it's going to look.
Yeah, cool. Let me know when you're taking visitors.
All right, there's that's the galley and the salon area. If you go up them steps there, you go up into the helm, and just to the right of the steps there, it toes down into the cabin area and where the heads are at and stuff. And then on the other side of that counter that's on the right in the background there, that's the galley area. You know, it's Wolf brand, it's Wolf, let's see, stove range. I got 3 freezers, 2 are in the drawer set over behind the blue chair, the Easy Lounge on the port side there. On the starboard side, got a full-size refrigerator. We got a convection microwave and a dishwasher, trash compactor, and a galley door there off the starboard side so we can take stuff in. The table there goes up and down, different levels and stuff. I can take it all the way down and use it for a coffee table and whatnot. And those are all really nice, comfortable chairs. You sit down on those things, you don't even have to recline. You'll fall asleep pretty quick. But that's the salon and galley area.
Wow, that is.
Wow.
Man, that is nice.
What's the length and beam on that boat?
That's a 58-foot Katie Krogan extended bridge. Hull on that is 17.5, and we draft about 5.5 empty, or with 10% fuel, and about close to 6 feet, 6.5 feet if we're a good 90% loaded.
Wow. Wow. Sorry, George.
Yeah. That is, wow, that's really nice. Let's look at the, let me back up. I jumped ahead of myself. Okay, now this is what's behind you right now.
Yeah, that's the helm. That's the helm area, and that's looking from starboard to port there. And you can see the command mic, Ray. The command mic is hanging right there on the helm area there. Those chairs, they're very comfortable too. I mean, I've never felt something that comfortable. If I had that in my pickup truck, I'd probably live in the pickup truck. I opted for the storage area up above the seating bench there. There's a berth that you could put in there, a little bed for day watch or night watch. But I opted for the storage area instead up there. And that also gave me access to a lavatory and sink right there that I can use as a head up there in the helm and everything. But I wanted to let Ray know it's a full Icom package on this rig. And it took some time getting it and everything, throwing things together. And one of the things, Ray, if you're still with us, the Enigma fella that's doing the installs over there for me want to know how come he's getting so many requests for Icom all of a sudden. And just want to let you know that the demand is going up. I think the demand's always been there, but it's going up for the product now. So I think that's good. Easy operation.
Wow. That is nicer than most homes. That is.
Oh yeah.
That is, you know, I'm in the RV right now, and it's 3 times longer than the RV, or twice as long as the RV, and it's almost 3 times as wide. You know, so it's 3 bedrooms on that thing, 3 ensuite heads or bathrooms, if you will, separate engine room and crew quarters. It's got room.
So how much do you plan on staying on? Are you going to move in full time or just?
Yeah, I'm going to go. Like I said in the text to you, I'm going maritime mobile, and I'm gonna stay on the boat for probably 6 months straight, and just South America, the Caribbean, down your neck of the woods and through Texas and stuff, and at some of the shows. I'm not going trans Panama, so we're not doing the canal or nothing. But I'll probably make it down Cancun, Belize, down in that area, Costa Rica. But mostly over in the Caribbean, Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. See Fred Kleber over there in Virgin Islands. And then back up to Miami, Fort Lauderdale area and hit the boat shows there. And I'll be at the Miami show also. And then back to Homosassa, where I'll probably be having a slip there and anchor out for a while there and recruit.
Yeah, that sounds like quite a plan there, Tommy. That's a little nicer than your boat, I think.
The
What's
one
that?
I had, yeah, I don't have it anymore. I sold my boat a while back. I got out of the boat business.
Tommy said he's coming for a visit, and I said, well, I better make sure I'm out at sea by that time.
Yeah. Well, a couple of more photos here. Well, I said a couple more.
Twin diesels, Andy?
Yeah, I got twin John Deere 340s, and then I got a little 25 horse helper in there in case everything fails. I got a 20 kW and a 12 kW generator on there, Northern Lights. I can run them parallel, full synchronization, so I can run 60 hertz and 50 hertz for depending on who's got what equipment and where they're coming from. So if they need 50 hertz for their equipment, that's going to be the ham shack. That's down at the bottom of the stairs. When you come down the stairs, that's the ham shack right there. And then that bedroom you see up ahead, the cabin there, that's the VIP headquarters, if you want to call it that. And off to the left or to the right of that is the head for the guests and stuff. But that's the ham shack there. That's where the radio lead from outside Comrade will go for the antennas, and it's all band HF 1500 watt antenna. It's coming into there completely wired, and a 240 volt 60 cycle outlet's going to be in there for the amps and stuff. And the 7610 is going to be down there. I'll have the 8101 up at the helm.
Wow.
Oh, that should do nicely.
And this is your proof here that you're running Icom.
Yeah, Ray wanted proof. He wanted to see it. Ray, that 504, I think it is, coming out, and the 510's going in there. And I'm twice thinking maybe the 504 up on the flying bridge, and do that, and make the other 504 plug into the tender that's kind of going to be on the back side of the boat up on the flybridge deck area. There, I got a 2,000-pound divot up there. Davit, if you want to call it that. It's a crane, basically. Lets me lower the tender into the water and stuff. But I'm thinking about putting that other 504 in there. We'll see how it all works out, though.
Wow. So how many radios?
Say again?
How many radios?
Well, I've got 2 VHF, and then I got the command mics up on the helm. And I got the 8101 sideband that I'm going to be using Marine and Shares on at the helm. And then down in the office area is going to be the 7610 with the Acom amp on it. And then we'll play with antenna stuff and things like that. I got to work with the architect on the antenna plane that goes underneath. It's a mounting plate that goes underneath.
Yeah, I was curious about antennas, so still working that one out.
Yeah, it's going to look like a porcupine on the water.
Hey, wouldn't expect anything less.
No, if you're going to go, be prepared for anything, and by golly, if I'm going to go down, somebody's going to hear it.
Wow.
I've often wondered how many marine mobiles run full legal limit. But you'll be doing that
90%
for
of them
sure.
run 100 watts, you know, or really on the marine bands, I think the max is 150 watts. I have to look at the manual again, but I think the max they want to run is 150 watts, and usually they run the 100 watts. It's a matter of expense. Some of those radios can get pricey simply because they're marine radios, meet different classifications on them and stuff. And this is a certified Class A vehicle, so it's ocean going, full ocean going. And but I've opted for the 8101 on there, and I had it before and used it with the ALE system, and works great. Can't complain. Never broke. Always performed. And it's been to Puerto Rico with bugs on it, in it, and everything else. It's always worked great. So that's what's going in.
Okay, email. I've got to ask, although I think I know the answer. This is not going to get the cheap old man seal of approval, is it?
No. If there's an opposite of the cheap old man compliance, I think this applies. But, you know, if you're going to do it right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what it says here. Let me go back a second. Let's see. Final out the door. You ready for it, Emil? You got your gloves on. You got your boots on. You're wearing a pair of Depends. 3,349,953.
Whoa. That's a serious boat.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I think
That's
email. Oh, you got the naughty mug.
Yeah, you made the list, Andy.
Andy, I have one more question for you.
I don't have to wear those silly glasses to get it, though, but yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. What were you saying, Mike?
I had one more question for Andy. And Andy, you named some pretty exotic places you intend on going to. Do you have any concerns about piracy at all?
Going down Puerto Rico, you'll bump into probably some illegal boat people, if you want to call them boats. Probably Cubans trying to get away off of Cuba, and they got a trouble with people from Dominica and Haiti trying to make it into Puerto Rico. But piracy, not with my two dogs. Not too worried about it. If I suspect that, I just won't feed them for a day. I think everything will work out fine.
So
Fair
good
enough.
for the environment.
I just wasn't sure if he neglected to mention the 50 caliber machine gun mounted on the deck.
No, can't do that. Actually, it's I'm going to be commercially licensed, but I'm not going to lease it or rent it. So there's a tax advantage there for me on that. Everything I buy for the boat and list as entertainment, it's a tax deduction.
Wow. That's cool. Well,
Nice.
man, I know
Very cool.
You are really going to enjoy that. I don't know if I've ever seen a nicer boat.
Well, I had to wait many, many years. I had dreams of this 5-6 years ago, and I knew it would eventually come as soon as I got melded into the company and stuff, become a full partner in the company with the name. And they said, okay, you hit 70, so you get your share of the company. And it's a family-owned business, and we're a private business, and we got a commercial side of it that manufactures ARs and weapons and things like that for consumers. But we supply a lot of stuff to the Department of Defense, things like that. NASA, like I said, we make titanium parts, and for satellites, we make latches for keeping missiles together, holding things together.
Wow.
We just machine them. And some of the things they send us blueprints and dimensions on, we don't know what they go to. We just make the part.
Yeah. Wow. Andy, there is a new artist out here we heard from a little bit earlier.
Here we go.
Yeah. No, it's not you in your bad glasses.
I knew it was coming.
Yep.
I knew it was coming.
No, this one's
He's already prepared himself.
we're actually throwing someone else under the bus with this one, but I did want to get your opinion on it and see, if you think it's going to make, the top list on Spotify this year.
Well, if it doesn't, I'm going to go get some more Squishium.
Wait, George, we have a bus?
Hot sauce dripping from their toes. Yuletide squirrels, fresh filleted by the choir. They poke hot skewers through their nose.
Ow, wrong end, cowboy.
Everybody knows some pepper in a garlic clove help to make them season right. Tiny rats with a crisp golden coat will really hit the spot tonight.
So, do you think we got a hit there?
Yeah, I got to go.
I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Squishium would go nice on them.
Yeah, I bet it would. Bet it would. Was Emil? That was all you're doing?
I had nothing. I don't know. I don't think I had anything to do with that.
Well, I think
Michelangelo, you did it.
I believe you were the vocalist, weren't you?
Oh, well, maybe.
Yeah. I wouldn't admit to it either.
Yeah, I can see that you put them side by side because it's guilt by association.
Yeah.
Something like that. I resemble that remark.
I can understand. Emil, appreciate you, bud. Sounds good, though. You did a lot of work on it, and Mike, you're a video wizard. Tommy, you're the smart one, staying out of the limelight.
I keep my mouth shut.
This year.
Tommy, or George just gets to sit there and push buttons, and hopefully he's got the record button going.
Oh, I do. I do.
Yeah. Now, why the green screen, George? There's nothing behind you.
No, there's a green wall back there. The whole, it's a sheetrock wall and it's painted green. So.
Yeah, I know that, George. I know that.
Okay.
You picked why do you not have your Christmas motif going on back there?
Well, because it was like last minute getting all this stuff together tonight, and I didn't realize that it was green until Tommy pointed it out right at the first of this, right before we went on with it, and it was too late for me to do anything.
Yeah, I saw that at the beginning. I said, "Oh, don't backdrop there," and then I thought, well, there'll be other things going on, and then Ray Novak shows up with his new Hamfest suit on that he's going to wear to all the Hamfest, and I'm looking at that going, okay. It looked like, what's that guy's name? The manager for, what was that wrestler, Randy Savage, that had all the slick back hair and the fancy coats and everything like that. Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what his name. Boy, I'll tell you what, Ray Novak, you're surprising me, son. But you're a good man.
You would think.
Ray Novak behind the scenes does a lot of stuff for ham radio and other people out there. He's the quiet donator, if you want to call it that. Not really a donator, but he's pulled a lot of miracles out for us, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I thought at first when I saw him, he was just back from the Las Vegas tour, but maybe not. Maybe that's just regular Hamfest.
He had a show down in Tampa he was at, too, just for manufacturers, I think it was, and vendors. I think that's what it was. I was tooling around down there because a friend had a Nordhaven down there that I was taking care of and everything, and didn't get a chance to see him. But I did see him, but couldn't talk to him over at what we call FLIBS, the Florida boat show, or the Fort Lauderdale boat show. I saw him over there, but he looked like he had quite a few people around, so I didn't bother him. I had another meeting with some other people and looking at some other boats. But maybe I'll see him at Miami because I'll be down in Miami.
Yeah.
And Hamcation also.
Cool. Well, Andy, we really appreciate you joining us tonight. Anything else that you might have prepared or not? We like unpreparation as well.
The word the word that I used last year and this year, and I think that everybody can use, is hope. That's the word. Hope that things will pass and get back to some normalcy again. George, I'm sorry to hear you tested positive, but give it 7 days and go get retested and check again. It might have been the PSE test, and they do come out false sometimes. It's just some of those things that you can look at and see if that's the problem or not. It's one of those things, though. I've got both shots in the booster, and I've taken other shots on the experimental program with Walter Reed, and I go in next week for this one they just designed, I guess, and they said it's going to probably wipe out COVID because it was meant for Omicron, and Omicron is apparently suppressing the COVID protein. So we'll have to see where that goes.
Interesting. Yeah, you've kind of been on the inside track of a lot of that research and development, or guinea pig. I don't know if that's the right word for it.
I volunteered for that and got in on the list. The VA helped me along with that and stuff. I'm into A blood group. I'm not A positive or A negative. I'm what they call A null. I have no antigens in my blood. There's only about 59 of us worldwide.
Wow.
And so I have to make my own blood supply. I have to donate my own blood to myself and keep it in the blood bank in case something happens to me. But by that same token, I have a very robust immune system. So when I get a shot, everybody else gets sick, and I get a little sick, but not much, and I don't contract colds and things like that. I don't get ill, so to speak. You know, unless I run out of coffee. That's a different story altogether, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a disaster.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we really appreciate you doing that, because that's stuff like that is really helping out with the research. I mean, that's really the only help we got, but Omicron being, kind of knocking out the other strains is a good thing. And maybe,
well, you always try your best to do whatever you can, and the thing is, if you help each other, we get that much further up the ladder rung there.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, Tommy, do you have any questions for Andy?
No, appreciate you joining. It's always good to see you, and congrats on the boat. My dad just got a new boat. I don't know exactly what it is, though. I'll have to check with him and shoot you a message and let you know what it is. It's a pretty good size one.
Okay.
Good deal. Yeah, it's an adventure all by itself, and if he's owned a boat before, well, he knows what he's doing. This is my first time going big. First real big boat I've had, so like this is for a big boat. Everybody else calls it a yacht, and I call it a boat. So it is what it is, but that's what I'm going to do and survive on that with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, Andy, thanks for being here. Happy New Year to you. You're already in the new year. Well, I think, Are you? What part of the?
Yeah, it's
it's
24 after the midnight.
Okay. Well,
we're doing good over here. But Emil, Mike, Happy New Year to you both, and hope you figure out whose mother is who's up there. And Tommy, Happy New Year to you. You lucky man. You had a good Christmas present there, and we talked about that earlier. So hope everything works good for you. Thomas, it's always good talking to you, even on the soundcheck net and everything else. Hearing you in the background, let me know you're there. We'll say 73. Everybody have a Happy New Year. And you guys in the chat room, take it easy on us. Don't beat too many people up. And we'll say Happy New Year 73, and we'll have a good night on.
All right. 7-3.
7-3, Andy.
7-3, Andy.
Always good to talk with you. Well, let's see. Where are we at? We've got to connect up another guest here. But first, let me see if I can get to the one I want here. Just a brief little clip here. Yeah, this is it. Andy mentioned the net, so let's just take a minute to acknowledge the net. Okay, now that I cut that off, sorry about that, Emil. I'm not sure how much was left of that.
Little bit.
A little bit, yeah. We've got our next guest with us here. Sorry we're running late, Josh, but Josh Nass, good to see you. Glad you could drop in with us for a few minutes tonight.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's a lot of fun to be able to come out. I mean, I've been in a ton of live streams this evening. There's a lot of people on YouTube all hanging out, trying to have fun, talking about ham radio. So I appreciate you welcoming me out here.
Well, thanks for being here. We've been talking to a few folks and just got off with Andy Anderson, AA0WX, looking at a really nice boat. And we had Ray here a few minutes ago for a little update on what he's been up to and a little entertainment there as well. You know, we always try to throw Ray under the bus every opportunity we get. So,
well, I mean, he drives a big bus himself, right?
Well, he does.
He's got his own. Yeah, he's got his own big bus RV that he pulls himself around in. So, yeah.
So, what's been going up with Ham Radio Crash Course and Ham Nation?
Well, I mean, Ham Nation, I'll be honest, I just feel like I'm a steward of Ham Nation. I feel like George, yourself, and all the hosts, I feel like I was just allowed to kind of step in and help them out. I just want to continue the legacy of the great program that has been going on. 10 years, right? 10 years on Ham Nation.
Yeah.
So anything I can do to help out is great. You know, if I can help out and make my own little content. But you know, we picked up Randy, we picked up Joe. We're doing a lot of kit builds and different aspects of it. I think it's great. I think it needs to keep going, and I'm glad to be a part of that.
Yeah. Well,
as far as on the personal level, on my channel, you know, I'm always looking for the new thing, the new ham radio thing that's coming out. Very exciting. Always everybody's looking at the new radio, of course. But also at the same time, I think that there's a lot of space that when you start talking about HF in particular, because I think a lot of us like get into that HF game. That's kind of the thing that we get, you know, really passionate about. There's kind of a bridge we have to do, and I think in 2022, I'm going to look towards how do we bridge technicians into getting the general. I think to me that's the next big step. I think there's a lot of radios to help them out doing that, and particularly with antenna building and the more hands-on aspect of ham radio, I think that's kind of the important thing to focus on going forward. So I think that's kind of where I'm gonna put some of my energy in the new year.
Cool. Yeah, you know, I always encourage technicians, enjoy your technician privileges. Tommy and I did for 15 years or so before we got
a long time.
Long time.
Yeah, I think I was there for like 10.
Yeah.
Myself. Yeah.
So, you know, there's a lot of fun to be had there. You don't have to jump up immediately as soon as you get your tech and go to extra. You know, that's...
Yeah, but it's a high sun cycle we're rolling into.
Well,
right?
Yeah, you do want to be on HF, with that coming.
Yeah.
So, let's see, what else? How often do you try to put out an episode of your show?
I've generally been like, so it's kind of a, well, you guys know this, but it's kind of a complicated answer in that, like, you know, short form videos, the 10-minute videos, I'll do, you know, 1 or 2 a week. And I always live stream every Saturday. It's my standard live stream time where I try and take a bit of a deeper dive in some of the content on amateur radio. By the way, this Saturday, tomorrow, for the new year, we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive on Smith charts and why Smith charts are important. But so every Saturday I'll do something. Ham Nation is now every other week. Every other Wednesday we'll do Ham Nation, and then I'll always have a standard shorter form video, because there's a lot of people that don't really like the long 60-minute live stream videos. They prefer the shorter videos, and so there's a bit of give and take there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And the shorter forms, well, naturally you can put those together faster.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you get more views on the shorter forms because people don't have to commit to as long a time. So
you are 100%.
Yeah, they're
correct.
also targeted. They show up in search results a lot better.
Yeah.
You're right. The difference, though, is, and that's the thing with YouTube. YouTube loves the views. You know, you got to keep that in mind, right? But at the same time, the community building often is the best on the live streams. The way you can interact with your community when they're chatting with you live and asking questions, you can't replace that. And okay, I mean, you all know this game. We've got, you know, many people watching, and if you're doing a project and they have questions, there's no better time to answer those questions than live. When do you get those moments otherwise? You think about a club meeting. How many people will ask you questions? 5 people, 6 people? But when we go live, all of a sudden you got like 50, 70, 100 people. They're asking you to like get a little bit deeper. And that's great. That's really powerful for ham radio to try and help those people out individually.
Oh, yeah. You know, when we started, 16 years ago, there was no live streaming, really. At that point, everything had to be recorded, and therefore any communication with the audience was email. Mm-hmm. You know, that's all we had. But, you know, that was good. That worked fine. But, yeah, it has changed a lot over the years, and there's so much content out there now. Boy, it's mind-blowing. You try to decide what you want to watch. Well, there's too many choices sometimes. So you kind of have to go down the suggestion trail and see what YouTube thinks you want to watch.
I think that's a good thing, though. I mean, you think about it in the sense that ham radio is such a diverse, complex hobby. And there are people out there now making videos kind of breaking down what they've done. And that's great because it's just a search away because it's all keyword based.
Yeah.
Right. So when, you know, whatever you're trying to do, there's going to be a video out there, hopefully in the future, that will help you answer your question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I've learned how to do a brake job on my vehicle and, you know, all kinds of things thanks to YouTube.
Right.
You know? So.
Yep. Fixed my washing machine not too long ago like that.
Yeah.
I fixed my my water heater twice. The anode, really important. So if you don't have an anode, it's like a $10 part at Lowe's, and you can just keep it, save it, and you're good to go.
Oh yeah, without that shit, we replaced the water heater.
Definitely. Email or Mike? Either one of you have any questions for Josh?
Not a question. I was just going to say anodes rule.
Well, they do.
Yeah, yeah. You know what the funnest thing to do at a party is? You say, "Hey, have you ever considered your sacrificial rod?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
The sacrificial rod is an integral component in your water heater. If you didn't have that, it would take all the outer casing away from your water heater. It would rust out in one season.
Yeah. You know, go ahead.
That's all YouTube stuff I learned.
Oh, yeah. We've got a friend, well, it was one of our ham Elmers back years ago, who worked for the FAA, and they would take pennies, copper pennies, and tape them to batteries so that as a sacrificial element there, you know, the acid would go to the penny. Now,
it's kind of interesting when you think about it in the practical sense of when you use that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I just...
My grandmother used to rub batteries on her sweater because she thought it recharged them, but I don't think that's true.
I think you have to add a lemon, right? You have to add a lemon and an anode or something like that in there.
Galvanized
nail. I guess it depends on how fast you rub the battery as well.
Yeah. Well, Tommy, you got any questions? Do you have any questions?
No. You on your segments, you say you put them out about twice a week or so. Just for how do you come up with the list of topics? Just whatever's current or whatever interests you.
I would say both. I think you pretty much nailed it. Whatever is current is, that's the sex. Well, we say ham sexy. I don't know if we can say it on this channel, but like I'm literally holding the ID52 right here, right? That is literally the ham sexy radio right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I love to talk about new stuff for sure, but I have a really great outlet with YouTube. We get a ton of comments in. You guys all get comments in all the time. Mm-hmm. There is no drought of content we can do because you just pull up your comments at any one time and be like, hey, well, what are people asking on the videos that I'm making or that we're making, and then you got content for days. You know what I found though is that the longer that I've dove into HF or POTA and SOTA and all that stuff, I feel like the longer time has gone on, I've gotten to the point where I got used to all the easy things that I learned. I think that time needs to be taken to like unravel some of that and bring more new people into how to get started with things like POTA, SOTA, and just getting on HF. I mean, I think that there's a ton of videos that can just be made on that. I don't know. What do you think?
Well,
yeah, actually, I agree.
Yeah.
Anything that people are going to learn and inspire people to get on the air. It's an unlimited amount of things. We're lucky. It's a pretty multifaceted hobby.
Yeah.
It's so big, the hobby. I mean, I was literally just adjusting the beam, my 5 gigahertz beam for Arden, that points to Mount Wilson here in Southern California. I put it on a 10-foot taller mast. That's a completely. I hesitate to call it esoteric, but it's kind of going into the realm of a niche within a niche, and that's what this hobby is, and that's what's beautiful about it. It gives you many new things to discover every time you look at it in a different way, or hear a friend talk about something, and they talk about Arden, or they talk about hell at this time CW. Like CW is now the thing that I'm pointing people towards for doing their POTA activation with the reverse beacon network. We're now at a point where you can pretty much spot yourself with the reverse beacon network and get activated with POTA. Right now, it's great.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's no end to the hobby as far as you could try something new every week and never get through all the possibilities and modes and stuff that are out there.
Oh, yeah. So and with the digital stuff now, we just got ours this week as well. And with all the digital stuff going on, it just opens up a whole new world with that and Raspberry Pis. And it's just amazing.
Oh, literally the Pi that I picked up is this big. And it'll run, if I'm talking to my 705, like it interfaces it, no problem. And then you get full digital capability with it. It's beautiful. I like to say there's never been a better time for ham radio because we get all the wonderful knowledge of the people that came before us in antennas and radio capability. And now we get to bring in the capability of the internet and SDRs and software to our station. It's wonderful. There's so many options right now that makes it great.
Yeah. So what is your preferred mode of operation, or do you have one?
That's a very good question. So when I do my live streams, when I'm trying to chat with people and talk at the same time, I do FT8 a lot. Why? Because you can do a lot of things with FT8 running in the background. I think we all know that. I like to do single sideband, but generally single sideband with a purpose. I like to chase POTA and I like to chase SOTA. I have decided, it's very cliche to say that I have a resolution, but I have somewhat of a resolution to greatly increase my CW capability. I have done I've done a lot of CW contacts, but I don't feel like I can sit down and have a good conversation with somebody on CW. So that's my focus of of 2022, if you will.
Wow, that's a worthy goal there. I don't know over how many years. I got licensed in 91 and I still don't know CW. I mean, I recognize call signs on repeaters. I know what repeater I'm listening to, but I've never taken the time to learn it. I've operated some using software and a keyboard, but you know, it would be nice to be able to just sit down on a key and tap it out and know that you could be sitting there with a tiny amount of power and get a contact through.
I mean, but isn't that the most kind of a beautiful goal of ham radio, that you roll up and you have a little side pocket that you pull out a radio and you take a little wire and you throw it over a tree with a little battery, and then you can transmit, maybe not worldwide, but you can transmit to a ton of people. Isn't that kind of I call it the romantic aspect of ham radio? It's like a picnic with your family that you're sitting down to, and you have a little CW key that you're working on.
I guess my biggest interest would be, how can we get these people who've just gotten licensed in the last few years that never really got on the air? You know, what can we do to get them on and active in the hobby? Because so many people got a license and didn't do anything with it.
So, it's a really tough question, by the way. I think that it is it's an adjacent question. I think a lot of times we focus on the idea of ham radio being ham radio for ham radio's sake, instead of looking at the idea of ham radio being an adjacent hobby. You can also be a ham radio operator and an off-road enthusiast. You could be a ham radio operator and a camper or a backpacker, etc., etc. So the idea a lot of times is try to reach out a little bit and get those adjacent hobbies engaged, or not necessarily engaged, but just show them what ham radio offers, because it offers things like APRS, it offers things like WinLink, or getting on HF and being able to talk to family members from wherever you're at, you know, if they're also licensed. It's tough though, because at the end of the day, you know, right, we still have the same problem of, like, you have people that you generally have to get tested, right? And if you want them to get into HF, they got to get their general, and then, you know, all of that baggage that goes along with it, right?
Yeah. You know, it's much easier now. Back when we got licensed, you had to take a code test to get a general.
Right.
You don't anymore. So people are getting into code now because, well, I guess maybe because they don't have to. And, you know, it's more of a challenge than before. It was a barrier to upgrading. Well, you know, a lot of people did, but I wasn't one of them. I was a long-term technician.
Well, so, I mean, how do you think about it?
Have you ever heard
I'm curious on your thoughts. What do you think about, how do you bring new, like, how do you know, that's the ultimate trick, is like, people get their license and then they put the radio up and then they never use it. What do you think about that? Like, how do you engage them to keep motivated in the hobby?
Well, I think one thing, and Amanda will, I'm sure she will echo this, is that when people get licensed and get on the air, an ID on the repeater, and it's a new guy, you know, he's brand new, doesn't know all the normal procedures and stuff like that, is jump on and talk to them, you know, have a conversation with them, just have fun, you know, give them a reason to like to be on the air.
A positive experience.
Yeah.
No,
that's huge.
I like that, but, you know, let's look at it from the point of view of, like, your channel. Like, you have a lot of people that subscribe to your channel. That's the really big question. Is, well, how do you engage the technicians, you know, to continue from your YouTube channel point of view?
Well, That's a good question. I don't know that we've done a really great job of that. I mean, we try to show people.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, we try to show people having fun using ham radio, but we do a lot of other things.
I think that's. I agree. I think that's a good point. Yeah.
Let me answer that question for you, George.
Yeah.
When I first got into your channel, I was a technician at the time. It was after Katrina, a few years, and I got the license specifically because of Katrina. So I was a tech, and I saw your show with you and Tommy and Jimmy and Peter, and I said, let me, just for the heck of it, try one of these things I saw them talking about. I tried it, it worked, and then right after that, I said, let me send these guys a video. I loved the dry sense of humor. You just kind of dragged me in.
I love it.
And so I said, let me send you a video. And here I am still. So it worked. Whatever the formula is worked for me.
Yeah. Well, there was your first mistake. You never send us a video email, or we.
Now you got adopted. You volunteered.
Well, that
you
happened.
Volunteered yourself.
That happened to Peter, down in Australia. He sent us a video, and we said, "Oh, why don't you come back for the next show?" And he stayed with us.
Yeah, he was around for about 9 years.
Yeah.
I mean, George, you've done a ton of videos with Ham Nation in breaking down how to help people get started, soldering, going through the whole deeper end of it, getting into how radio stations work, all that stuff. That's the beautiful thing of this, is that content doesn't go away. That content is here forever. There's people that will look at that, they'll have a little something that they want to learn more about, and then they'll pull that up and they'll look at it. That's why YouTube is wonderful for ham radio, because it's complicated enough of a hobby that videos like this are super valuable. And the work that Tommy and George has done here is super valuable, that people will pull it up and they can learn more from it and take the time to ingest it if they want to learn it. But that's also the double-edged sword of it, is that ham radio is kind of complex. It really is at the end of the day. So YouTube is kind of the spot where I think ham radio really should dive into, but we got to be careful in how we put that content out, right? And how we give that information to people. And that's why I like your guys' channel, is that you guys do a good job at that. So I do appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Josh. And we do a variety of things. We're not just exclusively ham radio. Although the name of the show is Amateur Logic, it really wasn't. And we were all hams. We weren't really intending it to be ham radio as such. We were just sharing things that we like to do. And actually, I saw some kids do some videos and post them online. And I said, Tommy, that looks like fun. Why don't we do that? And he said, sure. So we started doing it. But I like the technical stuff. I'm a radio and television engineer, and studied electronics, and worked as a computer programmer, a lot of those type of things. And we do a lot of segments on that type of stuff. And we found that, and Tommy even did some on photography in the early days. Yeah. We found that, people were watching for some of these other things, and we kind of hooked them and brought them into the ham radio hobby by, having ham radio content in there as well. So, all I can say is, my favorite email or post to receive is the one from somebody who said, I saw y'all's videos and it looked like fun, and I decided to become a ham. I joined the ranks.
We call that the ham radio adjacent. We want to pull the adjacent people in, right? A little bit like the Raspberry Pi folks who are playing around with Raspberry Pi, or the SDRs. Those would be the people that you want to bring in, because they're pretty close. We just need that little push to get them, passionate about the idea of RF technology and using their license.
Well, that's
yeah,
it.
that kind of goes kind of back to the targeted stuff I was talking about earlier. Like the kids nowadays, how many kids do you know that pick up their phone and actually talk on it? Like they'll send texts, things like that.
Oh yeah.
You know, showing them things like PSK31 where you can text message back and forth, keyboard to keyboard, and different things like that. Even though it's not real popular here, but APRS text messaging, things like that, that gets their interest. I think that's kind of a big deal, and kind of making it, showing it where that it's not, it can be quite complicated, but it doesn't have to be, that you can do it, you know, in a manner that almost anybody can get started in it, making it look easy, or showing that it's easy, really. I think that's kind of big for propagating the hobby.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, is that it can be really complicated if you want to understand all the dits and dahs that go into every aspect of it. But if you just want to use it, you know, there's a ton of places you can go that will help you, guide you, and show you how to just get started with it and, you know, get on the air. Which, you know, whereas most people start from doing, from a practical sense, actually transmitting RF, and then, you know, then now, okay, now I got this kind of working. How does this actually all work? I'd be surprised if people told me that they worked in any other way than that. I know there's a ton that just strictly do it by the paper and the calculator and figure out all the math, but a lot of people are just going to be like, I'm going to wing it. You know, that's kind of, I hate to say that's what ham radio is like now, but it kind of is. Tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah. What do you guys think? Am I wrong on that? George's got a smile on his face. I don't know what he thinks.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what I think on that. It's a lot of truth in that, but you know, just when I got licensed, I had known about ham radio for years, but I just had never got a license. Once I did, though, I met some people on the air that became real good friends and like-minded. We had a lot of the same hobbies and things in mind, not necessarily ham radio, but we'd get on the air and talk about them and shared countless information back and forth. You know, we were, packet radio was big. We didn't have the internet back when we got licensed, but we did a lot of packet, and we experimented with that, doing file transfers and all the different digital modes we had in our TNCs, because you couldn't do anything like that with a software modem at that time. You had to have a hardware TNC. So, Josh, we really appreciate you taking a little time out tonight and joining us. It's always great to catch up with you a little bit. And, well, I guess it's close enough. We'll just go ahead and say Happy New Year's to everyone.
Yeah.
Central Time Zone here. You got about 5 minutes?
About 4 minutes.
Oh, about 4? Yeah, probably so. But thanks for being here, and thanks for carrying on with Ham Nation there. It is, I know how much work it is, because, well, I did it for a lot of years every week, and it is a lot of work. But, you know, glad to see that the show's continuing on and still got great people in there doing it, and just keep it right on going. I know none of us in the beginning thought that it would go that long. Heck, we didn't know that this one would go as long as it has. But we don't usually quit things, so, you know.
Well, you know, that's a good ham radio moniker. We don't got a lot of quit in us. Like, don't quit. Don't keep doing what you're doing. What you guys are doing is beautiful. This is great. Keep doing what you're doing. And everybody here is always welcome on Ham Nation anytime. And I'm just, I feel like I'm a steward of this great show. I just want to keep it going. I think that is an asset to all of amateur radio, and it deserves to be, you know, well, I mean, I'll just say it. Amanda is keeping all this going.
Yeah.
Amanda is the one that's keeping the show going.
Yeah.
Like there is no show without Amanda. And every host is wonderful, and they all bring tons of things, but like it is important. I really do feel, I was in a unique position. I don't think I'm necessarily special or anything like that, but I was in a unique position that I could take over Ham Nation, and I think that it deserves to keep going on. I really do. I believe that. And everybody here, I cannot say this enough, everybody here, you're all valued, and we would like to keep you coming on the show as a guest. I want to bring you back on. I want to bring you in and talk to you more. So, I appreciate you, Tommy and George, for bringing him out here. And the best in the New Year's. This year was kind of tough, but as far as ham radio goes, I've never felt more part of the community during this year than I have, is just being on the air and talking to everybody. So I really do appreciate everybody. So thank you. And 73, appreciate it.
7-3,
yeah, 7-3. It's nice finally get to chat with you. Have a happy New Year.
All right, so I'm gonna hop off. I love you guys, but I'm gonna hop out and continue my New Year. So take it easy.
Happy New Year.
See ya.
And we'll be back in just a moment. We've got, well, let's watch this video while we connect up the next guest here. It really brought back a lot of fun times for me. This month I wanted to do something with the Raspberry Pi, and I was feeling a little bit nostalgic. So I wondered, can you run DOS programs on a Raspberry Pi? And the answer is yes. There's a couple of things you're going to need to do this. First, the Raspberry Pi is built on the ARM architecture, and DOS machines were built on the Intel architecture. Completely different computer models. What we have to have is a translator or an emulator that will emulate the x86 or Intel style of CPU in an ARM processor. And then you'll need a DOS operating system to install on it. Well, there's several different ones out there. They're not quite ready for prime time, at least some of them aren't. The one that sounded like it was going to be the best involved using QEMU as a quick emulator, and then you install FreeDOS on the computer. However, this proved not to be up to par and very, very difficult to install. As a matter of fact, I never got the installation to work right. Now, there's another one that's a little more well known called DOSBox. I thought I'd give it a shot. It's claimed that it's mostly used to run DOS games, but I thought, what the heck, it's not really going to take that much to try it out and see. And it's an all-in-one package. It's the x86 emulator and DOS. I'm using a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus here. I could have used a 4, but I thought the 3B Plus would probably be strong enough. I've installed the latest version of Raspberry Pi Buster operating system and done all the updates to get it current. I'm going to change the screen resolution to make it a little bit bigger rather than 1920 by 1080. You'll see where I went into the Raspberry Pi configuration and changed it to be 1280 by 720. This will double the size of the DOSBox window. Installing DOSBox is not very complicated. You bring up a command prompt, type the command sudo apt install DOSBox. And in just a few moments, DOSBox is installed. To run it, just type DOSBox in the terminal. And there we go. We've got DOS running in a window on the Raspberry Pi. And now we'll need to use the mkdir command to create a folder that we're going to mount as a C drive. So we type mkdir space / DOS. We can proceed now by launching DOSBox, and we'll mount that folder as the C drive. So we type mount space C space / DOS. Now we'll type C : to go to that drive. And there we go. That is the root of our DOS drive. I just happen to have some old floppy disks with DOS programs on them. I wonder if we can get a floppy drive to work with this. This is from HP. It's a USB drive that I got with a laptop. Number of years old. It's the only floppy that I own anymore. We'll plug it into the Pi and see if it's recognized. Error mounting drive. Well, that's because there's no disk in it. So we'll stick in this one labeled engineering program with a dot matrix printer. And we can see by the LED that there is activity, so something's happening. Let's go back to the Raspberry Pi operating system now and bring up the file manager. And there it is. It's a floppy disk and it's titled Engineering. We'll click on it to find out what's on it. And, you know, this is a floppy, so it's kind of slow. It's going to take a little bit. And this video has been edited through the magic of television for speed. And here is GW Basic on it. You know, there's a number of programs on here that require GW Basic. They were all written in that. And I just happen to have that copy, so that's convenient. Now, how can we access this drive? Well, we'll need to mount it as well. And after a couple of experiments to find out the correct path to enter, I came up with the right one. So now we can just type A : and that'll take us to the floppy disk. There, we've got an A prompt. Let's see if it worked. A dir command. And there's the contents of that disk. Here's a program I wrote years and years ago called variome.base. Let's see if we can get that to run. We'll need to run GW Basic. So I type GW Basic space variome.bas. And I checked and the light lit up on the floppy, but I wasn't quick enough to get it in front of the camera. Oh wow, it's working. The various relationships of Ohm's law. And it's got the familiar method that used to all of these programs had. It's just a top-down menu. You can see you got choices 1 to 5 there. And you're supposed to enter the number for your choice. And we'll type 1 and enter for formula in watts. And there's 3 different formulas to determine the wattage. And that depends on what values you have available. So I'll choose 1 again, P equal E times I. The first thing it wants to know is the voltage. We'll say 100 volts, press enter. Then it wants the current. Well, let's say it's 2 amps. Press enter. There we go, power of 200 watts. Now we can press any key to continue. Now when we're ready to exit, we can just enter a 5 and that will quit the program. But wait a minute, that's an OK prompt. That's not a DOS prompt, so we're still in the GW Basic environment. Well, quit won't get us out of there. Exit won't get us out, so how do we return to the DOS prompt? We type system, and there, we've got our A drive back again. Let's go to the C drive now and try something else. I just happened to copy some other files earlier to another folder. Let's look at one of them. This is probably the most popular DOS shell ever, Norton Commander, and it runs. Now here's a website you can go to, Bandania, and you can find many old DOS games on there. I downloaded one just to give it a shot. It's bttf2.exe. Let's see if we can get it to run. First, it wants to know what kind of monitor we're using, and I'm going to tell it choice number 4 there. I think I'm going to emulate a VGA monitor. And here it is, Back to the Future 2. This is pretty slow loading. It was probably slow on an original DOS machine as well, but I'm going to speed it up here just so we can get through it and see if it operates. And we're going through the credits now. This was cool looking stuff back during the day. Doc Brown says, Marty, you've got to come back with me. Marty says, where? And it looks like he's chewing gum. Doc Brown says, back to the future. And then we got more loading to do. And finally, there's Marty on a hoverboard, along with someone else, and a garbage can. I'm not sure what that is, but apparently Marty skateboards at this point, and the game goes on. I haven't done much with this, but I can see that some things do work on it. Some other things I tried did not. I hope you've enjoyed this trip back into history during the days of the DOS prompt. Yes, you can run DOS on a Raspberry Pi, and it appears it runs quite well on this Raspberry Pi 3B+.
And we're back.
And we are.
And take that clip off your hat.
Hi, Tom.
How you doing, guys?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
This is our friend and fellow net control on the AmateurLogic Soundcheck net. And you've seen him here before on AmateurLogic on the show as well, Tom Apelnik. Did I pronounce it right that time?
You're getting closer, George. Apelnik.
Okay. Apelnik.
I couldn't have had a name like Smith or Jones.
Yeah, well.
Although it's not Diodene, so.
Well, true, yeah. Because that took me years to get that one right. So, how are you doing?
Doing well. Looking forward to next year, like I think most people are. We'll see how things progress here. Looking forward to. We're supposed to get 2 to 4 inches of snow tomorrow, so our winter is arriving.
Yeah, it's well, we've got cold weather coming in. I guess it's going to be Sunday. There's a chance maybe a little bit of snow or sleet, but nothing, really amount to anything here.
Right.
Nice hat, let me just say. I don't know that I've seen one of those since the 70s.
Yeah, there we go. My got my Christmas hat because I didn't have a New Year's hat, and of course I had to wear the Chiefs shirt. It's funny, we were never really big football fans until we moved to this area, and it's kind of amazing here. The Chiefs in the Kansas City area, the whole community really treats them like it's the local high school football team about to win the state championship.
Oh, wow. So it is already 2022 here. I don't know about what time zone you're in. Are you in?
No, I'm in the same as you,
Okay.
Central.
All right.
So
And the mill has 2022 vision.
So far, it's just noisy. That's about all I can say about it. It's
yeah, I actually just before we went live here, when it hit midnight, I heard a big thump upstairs, and I thought my wife dropped something in the upstairs above me, and she came down the stairs and she said, "Wow, are they celebrating outside? There's some big fireworks going off."
Wow. Let's see. I'm just looking at
Tommy, you're muted.
Yep,
No
sure
audio.
am. It was really profound too. I'm sorry I missed it.
Oh,
I just said that it sounds like somebody must have dropped the big bucks on the ones out here, because I mean they're huge booms.
Yeah.
yeah, here as well. So Tom, we appreciate you stepping up and being one of the net controls for the soundcheck net. It's still going. And
Yeah, it's amazing. We're let's see, what are we coming up on 100, right?
This will
Pretty
be
close.
90.
Wow.
This week will be 90. So yeah, 100 will be here before you know it.
Yeah, and I think Marty and I are up this week too.
You are?
Yeah.
So no, I mean, it was great for you guys to start it. I'm glad I could step in, and I know Marty had done some before I did, so it was good that we were able to help out, and of course Amanda and Jeff, and it's nice to keep it going.
Yeah.
And I think people enjoy it.
We had asked Marty to join us tonight, but he emailed me back late afternoon and apologized for being so late emailing, but he got caught up in a project and was not going to be able to be here with us tonight. So we'll catch up with him another time. Let's see. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've seen him in the chat room tonight. So I think he is.
No, I haven't. I've been looking for him.
I think he is busy programming radios.
Oh yeah.
Or testing them and one thing or another. Let's see. So 2021. Any words of wisdom? Glad it's gone. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad for us. We didn't have anybody in the immediate family that got COVID or, got real sick or anything. My wife was positive and had some symptoms back at the end of 2020, right around November. But thankfully, she didn't get anything too bad, just a little rundown for a few days. And we're all vaccinated and boosted and all of that, and so we've been lucky with that stuff. We're doing a big remodeling project at the house, which has taken some time away from ham radio, but I'm hoping to spend a little more time with ham radio here in 2022, maybe do some antenna work. And of course, I know you and Tommy and I have talked in the background about Quartzfest coming up for 2022. I haven't actually. I was when I was looking for the pictures, I looked back and I was like, man, it's been 6 years since I've been out to it.
Really?
I've gone a number of times.
Wow.
Well, speaking of the pictures, here we go.
Yeah. So this is this is right off of their website. It's the 23rd to the 29th, if anybody's interested. And of course, I know Gordo talks this up a lot on Ham Nation every year. I think it's the only ham fest of its kind that's this long. That's actually a full week. So it starts on a Sunday, goes to Saturday, and it's just south of Quartzsite, Arizona, which is where the name comes from, and it's just in BLM camping area out in the middle of the desert. And actually, if you can go to the second picture there, this was from 2016. It is really, for something that's out in the middle of nowhere, it is amazing what a job the organizers and the people that put this on do with how well organized it is. Those are the big bulletin boards that you see there have all of the seminars and activities, and they have some different special events or, contests or puzzles or all kinds of different things are going on throughout the week. And anything that changes, sometimes sessions have to change or whatever, people can't make it there. Everything is posted on those boards, so you can always go find out, what's going on. They also have a net on 2 meters every morning where they announce, kind of the day's activities and any changes. So it's incredibly well organized for what it is. this is one of the seminars. Of course, the seminars are all outdoors, and actually with COVID this year, things are going to be a little bit different. They did have, in years past, they had some pop-ups and some big tents, like the backside of those bulletin boards that you saw that they set up. This year, they said there's not going to be any tents for the seminars. They're all going to be outside like this. And as you can see here, the seminars are pretty well attended. I mean, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on the day. There's anywhere from 3 to 6 different tech talk seminars, all kinds of different subjects. Ham radio related, antennas, building antennas, some of them related to ham radio and camping. But there's a lot of activity that goes on during the week, and there's also a couple of days where there's some other events that go on. There's an RV show that goes on at the same time as this. This is a view of just some of the people camping, and of course, if you look closely, you'll notice that just about every camper that you see or motorhome, there's large antennas sticking up, and actually you'll see some hex beams and other things out there. There's all kinds of antennas. That's the one nice thing about this. If the band conditions on HF aren't very good the week that we happen to be there, I'm pretty sure that there's enough RF that comes out of the campsite here that we probably ionize our own patch of the ionosphere to make the band conditions good coming out of Quartzfest.
Yeah. I've seen that, particularly Gordo's presentations on it and photos over the years, and it looks like a really fun event. One of these years, I'm going to have to make it out there.
Yeah, it's a hoot. This year I am planning to go for the entire event. This will actually be the first time I've been able to stay there for the whole thing. I stayed for about 5 days one year, but I've never really been able to stay for the entire thing. So that's my goal this year.
So
it looks like a lot of fun.
Do you need to have everything you're going to need for that entire period with you, or do you have the opportunity to run back into town and pick up some things?
I mean, obviously you need to have something to camp with, and it doesn't have to be a motorhome. There's a pretty good contingent of people that come and tent camp for the thing. I don't know how many of them stay for the whole thing. And Gordo might actually have some numbers on that, but so you can tent camp. Quartzsite, Arizona, which is the small town nearby, is about 8 miles to the north. So you can easily drive into town, pick up some groceries or things like that. There's grocery stores. There's a couple of truck stops because it's right on Interstate 10. It's about, I want to say about 30 miles into Arizona, east of the California-Arizona border. However, with going into town for supplies, the one thing to be a little forewarned about, as I said, there's truck stops, there's grocery stores and things in town. But when this RV show is going on at the same time, and there's also a gem show that goes on for the entire month of January that's out there, the town of Quartzsite, or city, I don't know if it's a city, their population is normally less than 4,000 people. And when the gem show and the RV show are going on, there are more than 200,000 people, about a 10 or 20 mile radius around Quartzsite.
That is crazy.
So yeah, I mean, it is nuts in town. It's all of a sudden like it becomes Los Angeles for a month and a half.
Wow. And you had a traveling companion with you too.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to go to this and you're having a little bit of trouble, getting support from the XYL, you just need to tell her that you're taking her on an exotic desert vacation with beautiful sunsets, and there you go. You can get the wife to go along. So that's N2LZN, That's my wife, Deborah. So she's a very ham supportive wife. She's not super active, but she's always been very supportive of the hobby for me.
Oh, that's great. And one final photo we've got here. You mentioned, so all of these events going on there at the same time?
Yeah. So the you saw the Quartzfest thing was the 23rd through the 29th, and then of course here this is a shot of the RV show that goes on, an overhead shot. That big tent that you see, well, you can kind of see the scale of it by looking at the vehicles next to it. That's all indoor RV vendors that are in there. And then all the RVs you see around it, those are all brand new RVs for sale. And then around the vicinity of that, there are all kinds of dealers. It's almost like the Dayton of RV shows. There's people selling accessories for RVs and, you know, batteries, lithium-ion batteries for RVs, and, you know, whatever, awnings, and you name it. Anything for an RV, you can buy it there.
Wow.
And actually, one of the years that we were there, the camper that we had, it was our first camper. The awning on it was pretty old and it actually tore apart while we were out at Quartzfest. And we came into the RV show, and we found a dealer at the RV show, and literally so we bought a new awning, and literally the next day they had a truck out at the BLM camping site where Quartzfest was, and the guy took the thing down and replaced our awning right there on the spot. So it's pretty amazing. And the gem show, there's, they have all kinds of stuff, and there's all kinds of people selling. It really is. It's like the Dayton flea market on steroids.
Wow. That is, you just wouldn't think of going out to the desert and all that being there, and that many people coming.
Yeah, I mean, in the 8-mile drive south, excuse me, when you're driving south, it's like a little 2-lane highway where you're driving to the BLM camping area. BLM is Bureau of Land Management, for people that may not be familiar with that. It's federal open land that you're allowed to camp on for up to 2 weeks at a time. And when you're going down the 2-lane road, during that 8-mile drive, off on your left and off on your right, it's all just open desert. Pretty much as far as you can see for that entire drive is motorhomes and fifth wheels and campers and all over the place, just out in the desert camping.
Wow. I don't know, Emil, what do you think?
I'm thinking we need to go.
Yeah.
I've always heard that one. I've heard about the forums and the things they talk about there and what they do, and I've seen a bunch of videos, and it sounds awesome.
Mike?
They do a 4-wheel drive.
I'm not sure I'd want to stay in the tent the whole time.
Radios
without showers and
Tommy?
stuff like that. A motorhome would be good.
Y'all doubled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who'd I double with?
Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying go ahead. I heard you. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying it looks like a great time, and it's actually on my list to do one of these days, as we discussed. Certainly not this year because some other things that happened, but I'd like to go, and stay the whole time. But I don't know about tent camping. That seems pretty hardcore without showers and bathrooms and things like that for that long of a time.
So they do actually, and I don't know if they'll do it this year, but in the years past, one of the things that they have done for the tent campers is they have, I don't know how many, 4, 5, or 6 porta potties. So they do bring in porta potties for people, and actually they have kind of signs all over, and they make announcements all week that if you have a camper, please don't use the porta potties, because they try to save those for people that are tent camping and all that. So they do bring in porta potties for the tent campers, so that's a help. I'm assuming they'll do that this year. I don't know for sure. But Deborah and I spent a fair number of years pretty active in the Boy Scouts, and I've done my fair share of tent camping, and yeah, I'm taking the camper and the heat and the hot water and the shower and.
Yeah, we did the Boy Scout thing too for years, and we've done the same thing. But the ground wasn't as hard then as it is now.
I think you're right. The ground has definitely gotten harder as I've gotten older. I'm certain of that.
Yeah, a field day is about the length of my stay in a tent. I don't think I'd want to stay any longer than that.
Yeah, and then we've got campers, air conditioners. I mean, not campers, a generator, air conditioner, cots, coolers, everything. So it's not that roughing it, but yeah, a couple of nights of that's enough.
Yeah. No, it's nice having, I mean, we've got a pretty good size fifth wheel, and I've got, got the shower, got the microwave, got satellite TV if I want it, but don't really watch much TV at Quartzfest. There's too many other things going on.
Oh, yeah.
And the schedule, and that's the other beauty. You don't need to stay for the whole week. There's, every day there's different things going on. The schedule, actually, they just posted the schedule for this year. I think it's still a little bit in flux, but it's on their website. It's quartzfest.org if you just search for that. Actually, if you just do a Google search for Quartzfest, I think it's the first thing that comes up. So if people want to come and just go for a day or two or whatever, you can, and there are actually a fair number of people that who aren't too far away that will come out just for the day and not actually camp out there. They also do VE testing every year, so that's a cool thing. And actually, one of the things that I got introduced to that I was not familiar at all with was land ops. And I don't know if any of you have ever heard of this. They did a whole land ops course, and I partnered up with a guy, and we went on the thing. And land ops is sort of a combination of road rally, geocaching, and ham radio kind of combined. And you basically get this set of instructions, and you have to go find a first waypoint, and then when you get to the first waypoint, you have to find the clue, which is sort of a geocache. So there might be excuse me, you need a GPS or whatever to actually find the exact spot. Then you get the clue, and then the clue might tell you get on 146.52 and call this station. And then when you call that station, the station will give you some piece of information to help you get to the next site. And actually, the year that I did it, one of the clues, there was a little tower, and at the base of the tower was a telephone. And the instructions said to pick up the telephone, you had to dial, I don't know, *25 or something. It was a Ham Shack hotline phone. They actually had an ArdenNet set up, and then you had to get on the phone, and then you got your clue to the next point by getting on the Ham Shack hotline phone and calling somebody to get the next clue. So it was a lot of fun.
That's cool.
Yeah, sounds like...
One of these days.
Mike?
Well, get some video and let us know how it goes out there. Send some pictures back.
Mike, I see you smiling.
Pretty interesting. I'd like to check it out sometime. When you were showing me, Tom, the picture of the RV show, it kind of reminded me of the way everything was arranged like that. I as a young teen, I went to a Boy Scout jamboree in Michigan, and it was an international jamboree at that year, and there was like, I don't know how many tents were all set up, neatly arranged in rows, and it was pretty exciting back then.
Yeah. Well, when you go to Quartzfest, and if you looked at the first picture with all the RVs actually at Quartzfest, they're not arranged in anywhere near as neatly an arrangement as they were at the RV show. But actually, people do pretty well. There's sort of areas that we call kind of downtown, which like where those tents were and the bulletin boards and stuff. The central area, there's a couple of sort of streets, if you will, or kind of dirt paths, and people do park in pretty good rows there. And then once you get a little bit away from downtown is sort of the outskirts, and everybody's just sort of everywhere all over out there.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm with you and Tommy, and my days of sleeping on the ground are over too.
Yeah, definitely a bed.
Well, Tom, we appreciate you joining us tonight and talking a little bit about Quartzfest and what's coming up there. I'm not going to make it this year, but hopefully one year, and I do appreciate the invitation. And sooner or later.
Yeah, you definitely need, I mean, for you guys, I know it's a long, it would be either a multi-day drive or a flight, because it's a pretty good haul for you guys. That was where when we were living in California, it was only 6 hours, so it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
It's going to be, it's about a 17-hour drive for me from here now, so
wow.
It'll be a bit of a haul to get there, but which is part of the reason I'm going to try to stay the whole week.
That's a hard drive, but you can do it in a day. I mean, it's 16 hours to my family down there, and I get up in the morning in Florida, and I get up in the morning and just drive hard and get there way late at night. I've done it many times.
Yeah, no, we've done that going. It's about the same distance back to our family in New York, and we've done that. And that's kind of like the sleeping on the ground thing. I'm starting to get a little tired of those.
Yeah, well, if you're driving, you got a bed. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But if you're trying to get to a destination in the car, it's kind of different to me. But yeah, if I was driving my motorhome or something, or had my trailer, I'd just get in the back and go to sleep.
Yeah, no. Well, look, I appreciate you guys having me on. It was nice for the invite, and glad we got to chat, and appreciate the chance to wish you guys all a Happy New Year.
And we will be seeing you Tuesday night for the next AmateurLogic Soundcheck Net, you and Marty. And thanks for joining us again, and thanks for being one of the net controls as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Glad we can help with that too.
Thanks very much, Tom, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. 73.
Yeah.
73.
Happy New Year, Tom.
All right, let's see where we're at. I need to jump forward on a couple of items here.
Leave it right there for a second, George. On this view, don't change the view.
Okay.
Mike, you want to go ahead and do that soda activation on the air?
Sorry?
You want to do that soda activation?
Soda activation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job, guys.
We good. We made contact.
Oh, man. Great job.
All right. We'll be back in just a few minutes because we've got Amanda and Jeff going to jump in and wish everyone a Happy New Year. Don't go away. Emil.
Emil.
What?
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but this is going to be very entertaining for most. If I get through it with a straight face, y'all owe me a chicken dinner. Okay, here we go. Yo, this is it. Give up a lot for your frog. What command is that? With my frog dad. If you talking on CD, you're a real CD. Even cheaper than MOD. Frog does not receive 3. Home. Boom. C1 CDN. Peace out.
Let's see. I think it's good. One more time.
Okay. Mic test.
Oh,
One,
yeah.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
Test, test, test.
Yeah, they both.
You don't
sound
hear
good.
a buzz or anything?
I had a little hum before.
We hear it on our ends a little bit, but
No? If you don't hear it, we're good.
all right.
Yeah, I don't notice it. Well, it's not quite Happy New Year's for y'all yet, but it's imminent. It's only a few minutes away.
Close enough. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, guys.
Yeah.
So how have y'all been?
Happy New Year.
Depressed. You know, the fire is pretty. Oh, am I really? Should I put my head down? I look like I'm getting cut off on this screen, but not on that screen. Yeah, yesterday was really disheartening, but you know, we're ready for 2022, so that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a good Christmas, all that good stuff. George, really sorry that you got COVID at the very end of it. Who would have thunk? But
I thought I had skated through 2021, but you know.
High five, Jeff. We have.
Unfortunately, we know a lot. I've heard of a lot of people that got the gift of COVID.
Yeah.
At the very end of the year.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Well, it's the numbers really popped up here, and apparently, I got around somebody who had it. Don't know who, exactly where, but I did the masking and, the vax, the booster, the hand sanitizer, the whole thing, but you only got to slip up once.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So us too.
So just to go over the rundown, I just trying to be a professional. I'm going to go over the fire stuff first, George.
Okay.
Just to get, acknowledge Colorado, of course, first. And then Jeff's going to talk about the Forest Service fees. And then we'll lighten it up. So we'll talk about, things we've been doing this last year. And then we can have fun, things like that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
So,
and soda activations.
Soda.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, me too.
So tell us what's going on out there. I've heard that it's really serious.
It is really serious. 1,000 homes lost now. And
wow.
We listened to the live feed traffic on Broadcastify, and it was just horrific. And we only listened to one feed, but they had 7 different channels going on at the same time on DTR.
Well, yeah, they had seven mutual aid channels with all the operations, but it started as a wildland. There were grass fire. They think it was power lines. They don't know, but 2, 3, 4 houses were fully involved, and that taxes any fire department. And they shifted from suppression to just getting people out of their houses. They knew that there was no way that they could get ahead of that in 100-mile-an-hour winds. It was just insanity.
It was those houses were gone before they even knew it. And then hotels started burning up, and banks, and
they saved the Home Depot. I'm not sure why they tried to save that and not some of the other stuff, but they saved the Home Depot.
It was people were running out of Costco, getting evacuated by the cops, and they were running into the apocalypse. You couldn't see to get to your car kind of scenario. It was just insane. So the worst imaginable scenario.
And now they've got 5 inches of snow on the ground.
Yeah.
Wow.
A day late. So.
That's, well, I don't know what to say about that.
I know it's very somber. So, I think even following Twitter, like homeowners that have lost their houses are like, we have each other still, so I don't care about the freaking home. So, they're trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they know that insurance is going to pay to rebuild, so not that big of a loss.
Yeah.
But
100.
and that's everybody else. Hi, Mike. Hi, Emil. You guys are so quiet.
No, I'm still kind of in shock over that news. I mean, the end of December, you wouldn't think it was, forest fire season. But 2021 has been an awful year for forest fires.
Definitely.
It's been horrific, and this drought in Colorado is just not getting any better. And I want to we'll go over some photos of the fire and things like that. Sorry, Jeff's bumping up my audio. Is that a little better, everybody in the chat?
Yeah.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. We'll go over some photos here of some of the devastation. And Andy, you're familiar with this area, so this will be you'll be aware of this. But I did want to give a shout out to Boulder Aries, who was activated pretty much immediately after the fire started, and they deployed. And we have this weird highway system in Colorado near that area where certain highways get shut down immediately because of flooding or fires. And if you're on the north side, you can't get to the south side. So they had to figure out different ways to get Aries members to the EOC and things like that to help support shelters, which were on both sides of the highway. And when you talk about this split, we're talking about an hours and hours long trip around getting around these shutdowns. So they did a tremendous job of getting a lot of their Aries members to where they needed to go. And then, you know, in the day of COVID, now they had to have a separate shelter just for COVID people as well. And you had, you know, you have to find someone that's willing to man that shelter, and they did that as well. So kudos to BCares. They're doing an excellent job. And I'll have more numbers come Ham Nation Day to tell everybody about how many operators there were and how many people were in those shelters. But this point in time, it's such a fluid situation that we don't have those numbers and how many people have been helping with the fires and ham radio related, obviously. And they're also at the EOC. So for those not aware, thanks George for pulling those up. That was a hotel burning down. It was just, and this is in the middle of a city, you guys, in the middle of a city. What they're doing from the support end of it is that they're just calling in how many people they have, how many a head count, supplies needed. Maybe it's pillows, maybe it's this, that, and the other. They're really getting inundated, and you can keep just kind of flipping through those, George. They're just overwhelmed with donations of things that they don't actually need, like baked goods. You know, they can't really take home baked goods from families. It's the Red Cross, so they can't distribute that kind of things. Think about that. If you have a disaster in your area, take those to your churches for sure, but Red Cross just cannot accept those kind of things. Dog food, diapers, those kind of things are helpful. And that's the whole area of the fire. And that's about 6,000 acres right there. Wow. So pretty significant, 6,000 acres in about 8 hours.
6,000 urban acres. I mean, that's a small fire for what we've had this year, but
that's all city. That is not a forest.
Yeah, it's all city.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy
all
about
homes. It. There's a golf course in there, hotels, shopping centers, you name it. That's what's going on in there. Schools, all the schools survived. This is just a photo from the top of a building. This doesn't happen in December, you guys. This was crazy, really, really crazy. And that's a Tesla car dealership that was right next to the hotel, and we heard the alarms on that over DTR as well, that their water flow system was going, so they burnt up a little bit. I mean, you look at the building, you think it's strong enough to survive the fire, but we have no idea what kind of damage it caused on the inside. So and then kind of the after effect, that was from this morning when they could finally get into some of these areas. Those are just all garage pillars. It's just devastating. Wow. Really. A whole neighborhood. That was about 250 homes in this neighborhood. Wow. Just down to the ground. Only foundations left.
You wouldn't think there was enough fuel to fuel a fire like that. That's astounding.
It was really, there is the fuel and there are pine trees outside those homes, but it was also just the wind. And it jumped. Some houses would survive, others were completely gone. Some, only their Christmas decorations burnt up. The wind was so strong. 80 to 100 miles an hour the whole time.
Yes.
So, once it started, there was no containing it. It just
absolutely not.
Just like a blowtorch.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, houses burn really hot anyway, so normal structure fire departments have to protect the structure near them. So when you have an event like this, there's not enough resources in the state to deal with.
And that's the aftermath of the hotel. All that's left is the 2 elevator shafts. It was a 4-story hotel burnt to the ground.
Wow.
Just unreal. Wow. And then these pictures are horrible. I don't know why they're so blurry, but one car was completely intact out in the parking lot, and the next one was burnt to a crisp. So I have no explanation. But
when you consider, when you consider the flooding that goes on, and then you hear about all these forest fires, you wonder how that's even possible to have those two kind of opposite ends of the spectrum happening, like those major events happening, kind of along the same seasons. Just boggles the mind.
We have both seasons now. We have fire season, which has been extended quite a bit now, obviously into the end of December. And we have flash flooding season, which is usually from, when the monsoons come, the 1st of July through August, that's our flash flood season. So we kind of expect those, but when they happen outside of those seasons, we're really not prepared. Right. And we have a great spotting network here in Colorado, and we've trained a lot to do fire watch and also flash flooding, where we will announce to the NWS right away when we see creeks rising, rivers rising, things like that, where they don't have any monitoring systems in place yet. But these unexpecteds are what throw us off big time and cause major destruction. There's no other way to put it. It's just destruction, and it's starting to become more and more the normal, and also more and more expected, but it's hitting urban and suburban areas a whole lot more, and they're starting to think that they need to do some things to make a change, or maybe get rid of some of those pine trees in your yard, kind of thing. So maybe it will cause some change that will come good out of it. But we're praying for Colorado, all the families there in Superior and Louisville that lost their homes. Jeff, we all Coloradans feel terrible about it. So not the new year that they wanted to see. And then Betty White died too. So, it was like a terrible day.
Wow.
Too, that there's only several, routes in and out of the area.
Yes.
Kind of like what happened to Fort McMurray, Alberta, last year. Same thing. Access was cut off. Because of the lack of infrastructure road-wise.
It is, and it's always in there. It's just just this bottleneck of people trying to get out. And there are photos of a couple cars burnt over on the roads. Nothing, thank goodness, like the Paradise Fire that happened a few years ago. But it could have been close to that in this situation for sure. And unfortunately, and this is the best news we had is that there was absolutely no fatalities, but coming out tonight, they do have 2 missing people that they're afraid of what the outcome was on that. So I guess that was the best possible scenario you could ask for.
Yeah, with all that devastation, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
To hear that.
It was so quick moving. So again, the first responders were awesome, and they were very, very overwhelmed listening to them on the DTR system again, that they they were out of their minds. And these are their homes. They have friends and family in those homes, so, and they're dealing with it, and they had to be professionals and do everything right and evacuate everyone, and they did a fantastic job. So
yes, they did.
Yeah. So there's that. And Jeff had a subject he kind of was interested in talking about, so I'm going to give him the microphone now. Take it away, Jeff.
And I don't want to go too much into this because it's a lot, but if you guys follow me on Facebook, apparently the federal government, the Forest Service, wants to, in a nutshell, wants to charge fees for radio sites on Forest Service land. And I don't know how much this affects the entire country, but I would encourage all hams, if you believe in this or if you believe against it, to file a comment opposing this. Here, the repeater system that we bring to the soundcheck net every week, we would lose probably 4 of those sites. There's no way we could afford, based on some of the estimates on what the fees would be, and there's a regulatory process and all kinds of things. I mean, I'm kind of looking up at I'm looking up, but I'm kind of just skimming the article again. It's a lot of legal stuff, but it sounds like it's bad for us as amateurs, and I would encourage anybody that has a vested interest or in a repeater or whatever, even if it doesn't live on federal land, to oppose this. I think they lumped us in with maybe commercial operators that can probably afford to pay these fees. Maybe not, I don't know, but some smaller broadcasters probably couldn't. But as hams, I think we all know we certainly can't afford to pay whatever it is. I've seen estimates like $1,500 to $2,000 a year to be at this site. So in addition to wherever a lot of these places we're already in a building and paying a lease to somebody. It's small. Some of them take care of the amateurs really well, and and they may pay a couple $100 a year, but $1,000 or $2,000 in addition to that, most clubs, there's no way they're going to be able to afford that. We couldn't. It's not going to happen. We would lose 4 sites and more than half of our coverage if this happened.
Absolutely. And for those not aware, the ARRL does plan on filing a complaint and trying everything they can to fight this.
The more people that post comments in opposition to this, or the more of an audience we're going to get, and it's going to send a bigger message. And the ARRL is really good about fighting this, but the more people in the amateur, I mean, we've got 700 and 800,000 licensed hams in this country, so I would hope a large chunk of them would file a comment in opposition to this, and maybe that'll help. Maybe it won't, but we got to try.
And I find it funny that... Go ahead.
I'm just saying, certainly wouldn't hurt. So where can we go and do that? On your Facebook feed?
I posted a post with the article from the ARRL that had a link, and then I posted the link another link as a comment to that takes you directly to the forum, because when you click on that, the ARRL might have missed that. When you click on that, it's kind of goofy to hunt for you have to hunt for the bill that this is in reference to, and it's kind of a pain. So I posted a comment to that has the actual link, so you can click on that and click the file a comment button, and you type in all of your information and a brief summary. And we've had a couple of people send us examples of what they wrote, which are very well written, but I don't know that it has to be a novel. I just think it needs to hit some key points and basically say that we're amateur radio operators. We can't charge for service, and we're basically driven by donations, and there's no way that any of us could afford that.
But yeah, amateur radio serves quite the purpose out there on your site. So why would you?
Well, and for disasters, they're using it right now up north, so for free. So that, and I just don't think the government thought that through.
And the thing I find funny is that how did they just now decide to charge commercial? That one drives me crazy. I figured that they were already paying fees to be on any of those kind of tower sites. So, George, do you have any insight on that?
No, I don't. You've told me more right here tonight than I knew about it. I had heard of this before, And it certainly doesn't sound good, but it also doesn't surprise me that the government is trying to get money, from people who can't afford it. The FCC has gotten really bad about this in recent years, and now the Forest Service too. So
absolutely.
And they reference funneling this money into some other programs, and so yeah, this is just a revenue source for them, and I get it. And they may be valid programs, but there should be, I think at the end of the day, there should be an exemption for amateur radio. If they've got to charge broadcasters and cellular operators and people like that, that they can probably afford to pay that, but we can. If there's an exemption for amateur radio, then I think we're good. And to lighten it up, you guys recognize that?
I know it created a big flurry of activity.
Yes.
I want to say one more thing. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let this go.
Is this going to be in the what the heck is it?
It could be.
It was.
It was.
One other comment about the fees. If the fees were only $2,000 a year, that's actually quite affordable compared to commercial tower sites like Castle Crown or American Tower. And anyone else that's a repeater on can get on page with this. They want to charge us like $600 a month. So it's not like the most outrageous fees in the world, but we've just been so accustomed to it being free. And it follows along with Caltrans and what they were going to do to amateur radio. And they took that back, and they said, sorry, no, that's not what we meant, because it raised such a stink. So, sorry, I can talk. That's it. Okay, Jeff, continue on. He's going to talk about some of the repairs we've made this year.
That was it. I don't want to go into it a lot. We're about 2 minutes away from midnight.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Amanda gave me talking points, but yeah, this was the what the heck is it, and the reason that this actually became a what the heck is it is because this is a GPS antenna, and the base of it, actually the pipe that it was screwed to was somebody thought it was a target, and they shot it and destroyed that GPS antenna. Physically it looks fine, but the impact apparently killed something inside of this, and now it's a paperweight. And a what the heck is it?
I have seen those at tower sites for several years, and I did not know what they were until somebody said, "Oh, that's a GPS antenna."
A couple of people knew it on the.
Amanda had to mark it for me. I said, "Mark this one so it's bad," and she marked "bad boy."
Bad boy spelt wrong.
Whatever.
On purpose. And it's almost midnight, and we already we pre-poured our glasses of champagne so we wouldn't have to get up and get them.
Soda activation.
It was our soda activation,
Emil, soda activation.
I'm with you. Let's go. Let's do this.
Anyone got the countdown? Where's the paper countdown?
Yeah, he doesn't.
2, 1.
There it is.
There we go. Happy New Year, everybody here.
Cheers.
Happy New Year, you guys.
Cheers. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, audience. One more
New
year
Year,
watching us here on Amateur Logic. I'd like to thank you all for supporting these crazy guys up above us. This way.
Yeah,
they stay with they're loyal. They love this. So.
Hey, it's been an honor to be on the Soundcheck net. It's been an honor to be here. I don't know if we're about to watch a thing that might be hard, but it's been an honor to be on the Soundcheck net and be net controls and participate and have fun every week. And I think the best part of that for me is just hearing new people get on and experiment with new modes, or even just maybe, we often hear people here locally that we've never talked to and we've never heard them on the radio, and they check in and they might not know what it's all about, but they've come back, or I would hope that they've, and I believe that they have taken something away from what we're doing every week.
I think so too. Agree. Don't you guys?
I'm amazed at who manages to hear about the net and checks in, like Faroe Islands, Japan, and was it Indonesia a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
You guys are
it's really grown a lot and just kept going. It's amazing. I never thought it would last anywhere near this long, and this week will be number 90. It's
awesome.
incredible, and it's a lot of that's thanks to you guys. everybody that's jumped in, because if George and I had to keep doing it every week, I couldn't have kept doing it. So anyway,
Well,
appreciate everybody splitting it up.
You know, I really hadn't tried to look at the stats and determine, but it looks to me like the majority of the people on there are really hardcore. They're doing multiple modes.
Oh, yeah.
So.
George, I don't know if you noticed or not, the presentation we played, I actually put some of that together in there. And the furthest contact, who's checking in, the winners of all the multi-modes per month.
I didn't see that part of this of the show.
And we had to stop it early.
No, I didn't see that part.
And I was yakking with JTK on the radio while that was on, and I was about 20 feet away from the TV, but I could sort of see some of that stuff. That's funny. There's a couple of competitions. People start getting 5-mode check-ins, and all of a sudden it starts going back and forth. One week it was Amanda and at JTK, I think, that they were going back and forth until they ran out of modes.
I put a comment in there, as a matter of fact, in the last, I think it was December, in fact. I said we saved K8JTK's life because Amanda would have killed him.
Y'all know me too well.
Yeah. We'll have to see if we can't get the ARRL to set up a special contest for this.
There you go.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah. I don't know of anybody doing that, but this net. Anyway.
I think it's a good thing, and I think it's something that we talked about years ago, and Jeff may have talked about it, JTK, when he started building those bridges, is that it's sort of mode agnostic when you link all of those things together, and so it doesn't matter what radio somebody has, they can still be a part of that repeater system or that conversation. That they don't have to have a special radio. Not that there's anything wrong with, obviously we have probably more radios than we should, since we can check in 7 times, but
one of those 23 HTs that we have, George.
Well, I did add one. I've got 4 now, so nice.
Thanks for this, Ray. It's pink, so I can't use it, but I can't use it outside of the house anyway. I'd look funny carrying that around town.
This guy.
Mine is baby blue, which
blue's good. I'd do blue.
Yeah.
Not pink, though.
Yeah, I got a green camo.
Oh, you got the camo one.
Nice.
Huh?
Yeah.
All my radios are basic black.
Yep. I had a question right here. That's a bad place for me to keep a question. But I don't remember what it was.
Oh, no. Is it that brain fog, George? Or?
Yeah. I think it must be. It could be the New Year's Eve fog as well. We've been sitting here a few hours.
It's late there for you guys, later than us.
Your soda activation.
Yeah, there's no soda in it, no caffeine.
Camille, soda activation.
Oh, they said it. Duh.
So, I guess we've talked about 2021 not being that great a year. Hopefully this one coming up is going to be a little bit better.
Yes. If you don't mind, I'll take the lead. First, I didn't mention this earlier, but Josh had some really nice words to say, and I would like to say thank you, Josh, for keeping Ham Nation going.
Giving her too much credit, Josh.
Come
on, man.
He did make me have a little bit of a big head because he really gave me a lot of credit, and I really appreciate that. And I have worked really hard on the show this last year, but I had no focus or lead without Josh working with me on it. So, just an amazing fellow to work with, very professional. Although we do have our fun and. Yeah, we kick back and we get it together, but we're when it comes time showtime, we're boom, 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 mostly in step together. But we all mess up because we're amateurs. But it really has been a great year working with Josh, and I couldn't have picked anybody better to do it. So, and he's awesome, and he's got a great focus on amateur radio. So we got great minds working together, and he does bring some great segments. So even though he downplayed bringing some good segments to the show, he has. So thanks, Josh. Yeah. And so, yeah, continuing Ham Nation for the next year is one of my focuses. Getting some great, I want some new blood on the show, maybe even some international visitors and folks. Angel from Puerto Rico is a great guest, and I'd like to see him on there a bit more. And other than that, Amateur Radio Boy, I just improved my skills. I don't have much. I have goals. So I have finishing. I have big goals, which are going to take about 25 more years. 5-band DXCC, that kind of thing. But other than that, just having fun. When it's not fun, you know, you give up. So I just want to be that person that gets on the radio, can have a rag chew or run a pile up, whatever I want to do, and enjoy it all the same. So Jeff has way different goals. So actually, Jeff has chores in amateur radio.
I do have chores, but it is a hobby. It's supposed to be fun, and we should all be helping everyone to have fun, and be that person. I think Amanda makes a commitment every year to, when she's tuning around, to and hear somebody call in CQ to stop and talk to them, and I think she got that from Bob. I think that's the one that gave her that idea, because I think that's what he does, and I try to do that here. If I hear somebody on the repeater, that, especially if it sounds like a new caller, it's somebody that I don't recognize, I'll if I'm not in the middle of something else, I'll try to stop and say hello and make them feel welcome and explain things to them the best that I can. And I think that's our responsibility to do that. I remember when I first got my license, I had an HT and I was throwing my call sign out.
It was Chinese.
It was a Puxing, actually. I remember it, but I don't even know where it went. But I put out my call on the local repeater. I don't even know how many times nobody talked to me. One of the guys here in the local club finally came back and we had a nice chat. But it took me a while, and I could have very easily gotten discouraged because, you know, the whole point to get the license was to talk to people, and it wasn't happening. So I don't want to be that guy. I want to make sure that I engage people and make them feel welcome and stuff. And I think testament to the SoundNet is it does that. SoundcheckNet is it does that too. They might kind of have to hang around a little bit and kind of understand what we're doing, but I think that every single one of the net, I know that every one of the net controls and the check-ins make everyone, whether they're hardcore like some of us or the first time check-in, feel like they're really welcome. But I do have chores. I've got radio sites to work on, and you know, these things. This is really one of the voters. That's what actually last sound check, and then I simulcast. I want to figure that out a little bit better than what we're doing. But yeah, a lot of work.
Lots of maintenance.
Yeah. And Amanda, I want to say thank you for what you're doing over there on Ham Nation. I know how much work that is because I had to do that a lot of shows when Bob was out. And so I know how much work you're doing, and it's a lot to try to corral that crew and get it into something digestible and get all the assets and elements you need in hand before the show. So, yeah, I understand what you're doing. So
yeah, it's like you had the whole thing in place and a whole plan.
Yep.
And then not even 24 hours before, and I love all my hosts, and it's not their fault, just things change, right? So all of a sudden, the expedition has been announced and I've got to be on with this team, and you're like, okay, I can fudge that in there, and then somebody cancels, and then the things, and it's crazy. Just taking on that responsibility was crazy, but it's fun too, and it's very rewarding when it all works out very well, which every single episode has. So no complaints.
George, I got a story about these two.
Oh,
it's the Fun Machine is such a perfect name for these two. We haven't talked much about this tonight, but it was a 2021 event, right? The Last Man Standing event. And I remember the night, where Mike and I were operating on the multi-modes and Tommy and everybody else. And that night, there were 2 people on Facebook, I remember this, who were asking for the calls we were assigned in the South. And I just so happened to have some time free and went into the shack on 40 meters. And lo and behold, Amanda and Jeff are there. Not probably 2 calls into the night, I was bombarded by the biggest pileup of my life. And these 2 are driving it, and people there. And like they said, making it fun, running the pileups there. So I'm loving every minute of it. That was a great event this year, and we got so much out of that. And there they were in the background. I think they even recorded some of it and put it on Facebook somewhere or video somewhere. So you guys are awesome.
You handled that pile up like a boss, Tommy. Or, excuse me, Emil. I don't know why I said Tommy. But you did. I mean, Emil just picked one out, got him a signal report, got him in and out, everything they needed. And how many contacts did you make in that hour?
Oh my God. It was probably close to 100, if not,
Had to have been at least.
Was the 2 people who were there, because I heard them on Facebook and I actually told them, look, I'm going to be here in about 5 minutes, be there and I'll give you those contacts you need. And I couldn't hear those people, but you gave a little bit of advice on that. Just call them anyway, right? And sure enough, that's exactly what I did. I called their call, and after everybody shut up, because some of the pile-ups were going like a minute long, I could hear them. I called their call, and sure enough, they came back, and both of them got that certificate because of that.
They can, we can. I try not to do that, but we can be pretty ruthless when we're trying to get something, and they keep calling and calling. Even on some of the directed nets on HF, it's kind of the same thing where they just keep going and going and going. It's like, wait, just call once or twice, and that's all. Funny story that. The Fun Machine, the repeater got that name when it was one repeater, and it's a close friend of ours here, N1TEW Neil, and we were having so much fun on this single repeater that was in Pueblo. He named it the Fun Machine, and then after we had 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and now 12 or 14, some people are like, well, why isn't the Fun Machine? So because that just doesn't sound. It just doesn't sound right. It's the Fun Machine.
I want to go back to Last Man Standing. So. John Amadeo texted me just a little bit earlier. So hi, John. Thanks for watching tonight, and Happy New Year to you and Vicky. I think that reviewing the multi-mode net that we had over that era was pretty interesting. That was an all-nighter, it felt like. And I thought that was a blast.
There was some video of that when wasn't it Tommy and George? In fact, I think Tom comments on that when you guys first got on there, and the just everybody that came at you guys all at once. You guys were like,
that pretty much sums it up.
Pretty much, yeah.
That was fun, though.
That video's still out there on YouTube, isn't it, George?
I'm not sure. I'll have to go look.
Oh man, I mean, Tommy's face just went white.
Yeah. I could do nothing because you can't break in and tell them to hold on. You just got to let it go.
Yeah.
It's more difficult to do it on modes like that. In HF on SSB, you can kind of hear 2 or 3 or 4 different people, and you can pick up bits of calls. But with the digital and the analog and all this stuff mixed, like you just can't.
It was really good on you guys to assign like hourly positions for definitely. Sure, because you just would have been
somebody would have got burned out real fast.
Overwhelmed. You would have lost it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
And then we pulled like the whole late shift. Because of that, that's actually kind of what started the soundcheck net. Seeing the possibilities of that. Because we wouldn't have done that, we probably wouldn't be doing the soundcheck net right now.
I hadn't thought about it that way, but it all makes sense now.
It was a fun time, definitely, and everyone appreciated it. And the amount of You know, I've never gotten like a tally. I should ask John. How many QSL cards actually went out from all of those contacts on HF and everything? I would be interested to know. John, tell me how many you sent out, how many went out.
I bet he was busy.
He didn't do it. He had volunteers.
Oh, well, I bet they were busy.
Yeah.
Very.
Anyhow, that was our year in review. Other than that, the only other cool thing or fun thing that we do is, you know, our camping portable. Till we have to put up the antenna. The G5 RV going into the tree is interesting scenario, but I think we really actually have our game down. We use a pretty good fishing pole in our dog's ball, and we loop it in, and we just cast that baby up there as high as it'll go, and it really flies. And
I don't throw so well, so I tried that several times.
I actually am a better caster than him.
Yeah, and I
You
don't.
need to get Jimmy's
the first few
plans
times
for
was a
the
crescent wrench with a rope
cannon
on it.
with the hairspray and the tennis ball.
Yeah, that doesn't work that well. The wind, you know, catch it, and whoosh, it's gone. It's in the other branch in a lower tree, and then it's all tangled up. And
We have an old big fishing pole with really strong line on it for back when we used to catfish. And it works quite well, but she can cast better than me.
Yes, I can.
If I got that, you better watch out because somebody's gonna get hurt.
Yeah, I don't know how I never got hooked in the boat when he casted. But that's our other passion, is just going out in the camper, 100 watts, and we really need one of those 705s, Jeff. No?
Sure.
He just gave me the side eye.
And a KWM.
Yeah, we have fun with that. That's really one of our big things. We go out 3 or 4 times a year at least and do that. So relax, get away from people, and get on the radio.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I hope field day will work out this year. I don't know. We'll see when it gets here. But, we were doing it in a tent, so people, all of us crowding together in a tent just wasn't a good idea the last couple of years.
Then you
We did
then you
okay
went
this
all
year.
highfalutin with the air conditioner.
There you go.
Yeah.
We did okay for field day this year, but things had kind of leveled out, and with the COVID stuff, and so it was okay this year, and I think by late June of 22 this year, I hope that we'll be mostly past this, and we can have normal field days and ham fests and all the good stuff. I keep trying to go to Quartzfest. Tom mentioned that, and Amanda doesn't want to go because she doesn't want to be cold.
It's true.
I keep trying to get her to go. Still haven't won that argument yet, but maybe sometime.
Yeah, it looks like a good time, for sure.
So this is not radio. Which one is this?
This is Delta.
Delta.
Yeah. Delta. Hi. Okay, go away. Go.
She's feeling neglected, I guess.
These dogs are never awake at 12:20 in the morning. I just want to put that out there until they know that we're busy.
Yeah, we've got a black greyhound, and she looks a lot like that, and she has developed a little white, hair under the.
She's got the white chin going on.
Yeah, and this one, as she gets older, it gets that the white all over her is starting to take over a little bit more, but she's not very old. She's only
we don't really know because she's adopted, but 5, 6 maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she didn't have the white chin when we first got her. She was about 1.5 years old, I think, and now she's got that it's pretty noticeable, especially for you
so
to be
do you, honey.
Yeah,
so do you.
It's all Amanda's fault.
Yeah.
But
so what have y'all got planned for this year? Anything in particular?
Just what we mentioned, keeping Ham Nation going. Jeff's got a lot of repairs. Maintenance is no joke on 12 repeaters. So he's got that going for him.
Well, I run
fundraising for that.
Fundraising, and I run a lot of Master 3 GE Master 3s because that's what they were. A lot of them were gifted to me, and it's a really nice station. I like them. But they have this thing with the power amplifier where they don't like to stay alive. And
That's true. Especially during the amateur logic sound check net that goes really long.
That's a transmitter tester, definitely. But we've got some other stuff that test transmitters even more than that. But we had an access issue on one of these sites at 11.7 on Forest Service land, actually, but there was a private landholder that had a piece where the road goes through, and this individual decided that they didn't like people going to the top of the mountain. So that power amplifier, I mean, that repeater was dark for almost a year before we got up there to get that one fixed. But trying to find a new platform that'll actually simulcast that's affordable to amateurs, which has been very, very difficult. Because that's my thing, George, is trying to figure out the whole simulcast stuff. It's difficult, and people do it, and they spend millions of dollars on it, and they do it right. And obviously, we don't have that budget. So there are ways to do it with this all-star stuff, and they vote very well, but I haven't quite figured out the simulcast part of it yet.
We are looking at applying for one of the grants through ARDC. And maybe being able to expand that away and getting the technology right. So everyone knows about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure.
Hopefully that'll happen. It is kind of tough. We tried to do some of that here with Echolink, and it just didn't really work out so good.
Yeah.
It's difficult, and when the first two repeaters, I think I tried to link them with Echolink, and it worked, but I wasn't always happy with it, and that's when I found the all-star stuff, and it's morphed into I don't even know how many things nowadays, but the founder who is a silent key, Jim Dixon, WB6NIL, developed this thing, the RTCM, and there's a through-hole board that I built several of those that He effectively simulcast. The problem, I guess, with this is it has a 9.6 megahertz crystal in it that is the clock for the processor, the PIC in this, and you can't simulcast because all of these free run. So you can lock the transmitter if it has the 10 megahertz reference. You can lock it to a GPSDO, but unless you can lock these to a reference. The audio kind of wanders, and so when you're in an overlap area, it sounds pretty rough. And others have done it, and I still don't have a lot of good data. I've got a guy up north helping me build some hardware to lock these things to like a GPSDO, but we haven't gotten there yet. It's supposedly possible, but that's the goal, and it has been for a while. I'd love to get, it's well, and it has been. I mean, technically I'm simulcasting right now. 3 of those sites are all simulcasting, but when people are in that overlap area, that's maybe something they don't quite understand, is you can hear a bit of a heterodyne because you're hearing both transmitters and they're equal signal strength. So the receiver doesn't lock to one or the other, and so it sounds a little funky, to say the least.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had that happen here with FM broadcast transmitters, and you can have one on running 50 kilowatts ERP and another one running 1,000, and you wouldn't think that would be any issue whatsoever, but no, it is. It's a big issue, especially if you're moving.
Oh, absolutely. And I didn't realize that you guys simulcasted broadcast. So even FM broadcast, you guys will simulcast in certain situations?
Not on the same. Well, yeah, they do. We don't do it here. But okay. Yeah, there are some that do, and they're doing it, I think they call it zone casting, to where they can sell different commercials in different areas of town. So they use lower power transmitters, and they synchronize them all together. There was a big push to do that with AM years ago, back when AM stereo first came around. There was a problem, you know, if you've got two AM signals on the same frequency, and one of them is fading in and out, if they're not exactly on frequency, they're sitting there beating against each other. And so you've got that going on. With AM stereo, it was even worse because it made the left and right shift, so it'd make you kind of dizzy trying to listen to it. And so they were trying to get all these AM signals to lock together to do that. Well, there wasn't GPS at the time, so the only way to do that would be lock it with WWV, but nothing ever became of it.
Come on, Mike. Let's simulcast. Beat on each other.
Oh, I thought you were going to do another soda activation.
Synchronize that with GPS.
Soda activation.
Soda activation. He got that. The beauty of simulcast for us.
You're going to have to get a new one.
All right, let's simulcast.
The beauty
Mike.
of simulcast for us is that somebody can travel over a large area and never have to change what frequency they're on. You know, they just can drive for, you know, a couple hundred miles and never have to change. And it kind of, the voted receivers help with the picket fencing and stuff. I mean, and the voting with these works really, really well. It's driven by GPS, and the receiver voting works excellent. It's flawless. You can't even hear it. But the simulcast is the piece that and a lot of people that use it, that deal with the grunge and the overlap area, appreciate it because they don't have to hunt for the next repeater. Okay, I'm going this way and I need to find this one and whatever. So
I'm still not a fan of the sound. It's like,
no, it's nasty.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Mil.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Guess what I'm doing?
What are you doing, Mike?
I'm zero beating you, Emil.
I feel it.
But let me clarify. I don't think I answered your question correctly, Jeff. You said you didn't realize we were simulcasting on broadcast, and I had mentioned, you know, I had a 50 kilowatt and a 1 kilowatt on the air here. That was an unusual situation, and it should not have been happening. What happened is the 50 kilowatt station had a problem. So I switched on my backup 1 kilowatt at another location. Well, what happened basically is it's a three-phase site, so there's three-phase power coming in. One of the transformers went bad or something went bad up there, and it took me a month to get through this problem, but before I could finally convince the utilities that there's a problem up there, you know. And I finally was able to, and they replaced the transformers. But what happened is the three-phase was still there, and so the transmitter was on the air. But the 110 volt was squirrely. It was up and down all over the place, and it wasn't stable. Excuse me. So all the 110 volt equipment quit working. Well, that includes the remote control for the transmitter, so there's no way I could turn off the 50 kilowatt. It was stuck on, and all this happened during a real bad thunderstorm. And
of course.
So the other was a backup. So you were running both of them at the same. All right, I get it. So it was simulcast, but it was not intentional.
No, because the 50 kilowatt one didn't have any audio on it.
Oh.
It was, you know, because that was the receiver for that runs off 110 volts, so I couldn't get the audio out there. Anyway, it was. I hope I don't repeat that nightmare. That happened like seemed like it was right around New Year's Eve one year. I don't remember what year that was.
I think I remember telling you some of this. You telling some of this story, if not all of it. So
yeah,
it's ringing bells.
Yeah.
My memory is not a steel trap. It might be, but
yes, it is.
Getting stuff back out is hard.
Yeah.
And I can't help it, Jeff. I just noticed, like,
Happy
I look
New Year.
so much shorter than you right now. Why am I so low?
Look at these guys are on Ham Shack Hotline. You guys were gonna punish us, right? Because I've been gearing myself up all night for that.
Actually, that was the only punishment we had was that one clip that Mike made there.
That was it?
The rap. Did you guys see it?
Yeah, the the baby doll, Mike.
Yeah, the rat. Yeah,
It was so much.
That night you did that, I was like, there's no way that's getting away. So I went straight on and I downloaded the YouTube video, off the YouTube, and then I ripped out the audio track for that and saved it for Mike.
I thought it was
just so you know,
the
cost compliance officer made me do it.
Yeah.
Y'all doubled. I heard.
Sorry,
Jeff.
go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, we heard him. We didn't hear you, Mike.
I was just saying that the cost compliance officer made me get that signed.
Yeah.
There will be no dinner.
Let's see, who was that? Joseph A. Slits that signed that? Oh, that guy.
The colonel. The cheap colonel.
A colonel. Okay.
You know, here I've been all day working myself up for another half-speed theater.
I don't know what I'm going to hear tonight, but I'm going to get through it.
And I promised so many people that it was going to be on, too.
Oh, well, let me see if I can pull out some of last year's real quick.
No, that was not necessary, actually.
Oh, okay.
Jeff? Like, really?
I don't care either way. I mean, I was ready for it anyway.
Yeah.
The first one was a shock.
Oh, that's a true statement.
The very first one that Mike did, yeah, I was not expecting that.
I don't think I could breathe.
Oh yeah.
I went into the whole silly laughter
hear themselves like that the first time. Everybody has the same effect. I did the same thing when I laughed so hard I couldn't hardly breathe.
Yeah.
I laughed and then I cried because I realized how silly it was.
I was just as shocked this year to hear myself as a cheap-monk.
Oh, that was hilarious. Oh, and Ray and that was hilarious. Sorry.
That was a good one too.
By the way, loved the Harbor Freight Tools.
No, it was something else.
Hazard fraught. Yeah.
Harbor Fraught.
Hazard.
Hazard fraught.
Oh,
yeah.
Hazard fraught.
Hazard fraught. That's nice.
Yeah, that's fun stuff. I wish there was more like that, but we used it all up tonight, so there's not any more.
You're never coming up with another Squishium, so I mean.
No.
I wouldn't count that out.
Challenge accepted.
Man, speaking of Squishium, I was looking for the traffic message earlier. I'm kind of bummed that you guys never got that. I think we sent that one to you, Mike, over Field Day. That was a radiogram.
Yeah, the NTS traffic.
Yeah. You were asking for more Squishium or something like that, and you never got it. Kind of bummed.
Yeah. Andy was on here a little earlier. Did y'all see that boat?
We did.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
What boat?
Yeah.
Mansion on water. Yes. That's amazing. Just really amazing. Great looking boat, Andy, but just beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid to take it in the water because I wouldn't want to get it dirty or something like that.
I know.
I'd never go home again.
I wonder if he's gonna have slippers when you get off the dock. You have to put these special slippers on.
The boat shoe. Well, you're gonna have the boat shoes, and then the slippers on the inside. So the boat shoes are for the outside deck, and then the inside. Again, he's got two big dogs, though. I want to know how this works, but I'm not sure I want to know how this works, how they do the thing. But I'm interested in that. I don't know if they get like a little grass pad. Andy, help us out with that.
Planning on a yacht?
No, Jeff, no. Because our dogs would not do that.
I had to try.
No.
Maybe the flying bridge has artificial turf on it or something like that.
Yeah, it probably could. It probably does. Or you just put it out there for them. And our dogs just wouldn't do that. They have to roam like 2 miles before they'll go. So I don't know. Andy, well done.
Absolutely. That was awesome.
He's in the chat room. along with John AA6JA, George. He's telling you to put something in your background.
Yeah, I can't, John. This
And
preset.
I've got an iPad here, but I can't focus on that either, or it'll
No,
just
we
mess
had
me
to
all
close
up.
it all up, so we're not following chat. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, this is a roll your own green screen tonight. Other people can download this and put whatever they want back there. That has happened to me before, Mike. So
Yeah, Mike. I was going to say, Mike, this is an invitation. Hello.
Actually,
I think the last one I did was Sharknado.
yeah, I don't have a good way to do it. I loaded up a preset I have not used in a long time and didn't really notice that I was sitting in front of the green screen because I always am myself. But Tommy mentioned it right before we started.
I need to thank you, George, because that other background you used to use, it was kind of like a I guess it was like a carbon fiber background. That is really tough work getting rid of that background.
I bet it was.
Oh,
yeah.
the grill?
The
thing that looks like a grill? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was carbon fiber or something. It was really tough to work with.
Wow. Yeah, I imagine so, yeah. And it also, it didn't compress well. You know? It was kind of complex. So I am glad we quit using that too. Well, I guess we're kind of coming to an end here because I'm going to drop pretty soon.
Same.
But Amanda, you've got a fresh glass there.
Soda activation.
Soda activation.
Soda activation.
Soda activation.
Oh, what's left?
This is my second bottle since y'all been here.
Mine too. What?
Good thing you don't have to go very far.
Who can tell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the first official SWOTA to soda contact. Swamps on the air to summits on the air.
I think that is official, Emil. Let me open my logbook here and I'll make that official. What frequency was that?
We'll have to do that one of these times, Emil, when we're on a soda.
Yeah.
We're 11
make it official.
Level.
Well,
wow, I can't believe this. It's 1 degree out, and we're under a fog advisory now.
Oh wow! Gonna have freezing fog.
We're at 19, but I can't do the math. I can't make 19 into Celsius, so whatever that is.
We have to ask Alexa for that. So.
Yeah, it's probably.
Well, it's not 100% accurate, but if you double it and add 31, that usually gets you pretty close to Fahrenheit, unless you get down to 0. Then they start, at one point they cross. When you get below 0 a certain amount, not your eyes, Emil. The Celsius and Fahrenheit numbers cross.
She said she didn't know that.
Oh, boy.
It's the only way we can do it.
Oh, Amazon must love us.
Speaking of Amazon, I didn't think it was true, but apparently it was. There was this challenge on TikTok where you put a penny, you pull a cord out of the wall while it's still plugged in, and you drop a penny on the 2 terminals. Have you heard about that? Apparently,
sounds like a disaster.
I read something about how a mom freaked out that Alexa told her kid to put a penny in a socket. Yes, I did read about that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, apparently, the kid asked Alexa for a challenge.
What?
And that was a response from Alexa. I thought it was a little too incredible to believe, but apparently there's something to that story after all.
Wow.
not going to say that I've never done that, but I don't encourage anyone to try that. I think I use different objects than pennies.
I have concerns about you right now.
I was very young.
Still, this is okay.
Maybe it explains a lot.
Yes, it is.
Isn't that the way they got? Isn't that the reason they got rid of the old fuse boxes in homes? Because a fuse would burn or pop, and people would put a penny in, and then screw the burnt fuse back in the socket.
Yep, fixes it every time.
I had a sound check thing, but George pegged it. I think right away. I sent a picture of it. It was it used to be right here, a rebuildable big bus fuse, where it had brass caps on the end and some type of it. And George was like, "Yeah, it's a fuse," and I was like, "All right, everyone's gonna get it. Never mind." Fail again.
Or I saw a good one. It may have been from you, George, where somebody put a 22 live round in place of a fuse, snapped it in the fuse holder.
Yeah. No, I couldn't recommend that. Yeah.
Nah.
It's a fuse blow alert. When the fuse blows, you know.
Yeah.
You get a little sound. Don't try that at home, please.
I can see the wheels turning in Mill.
I'm following the chat room here.
Oh, we're totally missing out. We shut down our chat room, so we have no idea what's going on.
We might not want to know, but yeah.
That could be it too.
Well, you guys got anything else we want to discuss tonight?
No. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for having us. As always, it's a pleasure.
California is going to see it in 17 minutes.
Yep. So, do we need to hang around for that?
Goodness, no.
Someone answered.
That's up to you, George.
We could pre-tell John. I think he's the only one talking from over there.
Happy New Year, John.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Back up the live stream about 15 minutes, and this will time out just perfect. Well, man and Jeff, we appreciate y'all being here tonight. It's always great to have you come on and join it.
Fun show, guys.
Oh, we love you guys. Thank you so much
Absolutely.
for having us. We love coming on during Amateur Logic and giving everyone a bunch of heck on the chat. And we love your whole viewership.
The Ham Shack hotline phone bomb night was really fun.
That was really actually a blast.
Yeah, we'll have to do that again sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Well,
anyway, guys, we're honored.
And
We really
thank
are.
you so much for including us in any part of Amateur Logic. And we really love doing the net. And all net controls, Marty, Tom, Emil, Mike. We all make a great team. And, of course, Dean and the professor. So we love it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I have to say pretty certain if all y'all hadn't stepped up to be net controls, I don't know that it would still be going.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't, because I couldn't do it every single week. Yeah, I guess you notice I'm not there some of the weeks, so you just couldn't do it every week. So.
For just two people doing it, that would have been rough.
Yeah,
even the four of you guys. So we're glad that Amanda and I and Tom and Marty got to help you and keep it going. And I think there's a ton of value in that. So we're honored to do it.
Yeah, and
really
thanks for
we're really glad to have you. Tommy and I were even having trouble deciding on what question to ask, because a lot of the good ones have already been asked before. But it's nice having other net controllers to come up with ideas for questions and such.
I got to tell you, Tom and Marty have come up with some excellent freaking questions, and they're pretty good at it.
And you guys in your what the heck is it? I can't compete.
You know what, George?
I
you need to play.
got one on you. That's it.
You need to play that.
Well, you know, one of these days, I'm gonna have a picture of the flux capacitor on there, and somebody will be right for sure.
You're gonna have to make that only wrong answers.
I like the only wrong answers night. We should do that next.
Those are actually the best part.
I think we're gonna do that.
Because Irving had some really great wrong. He kind of started that, I think. Maybe one of you guys did, but Irving would come on there with some pretty wrong answers on purpose, and they were hilarious.
Oh yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah. Well, thank y'all for joining us tonight. It's always good. I'll apologize for not having any more half-speed stuff tonight. No. We'll try to do better. I mean, I think you gave us some good material tonight.
Yeah, we just captured some fresh stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
And Tommy, put the order in for that Cambria rum butter.
Okay. Cumberland.
And if anybody's lacking half-speed theater, just go back to last year and watch that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't watch the year before.
It's
that too.
That one was ugly.
It's the gift that just keeps giving. All right.
All right, guys.
Happy New Year.
7-3, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Happy New Year.
73. We'll talk to you Tuesday, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The soundcheck
All right.
net. Join us.